Kicked out of their house, 7 gorgeous sisters regret it. After living together for over a decade, Lin Tian was kicked out of the Lin family like a dog with the return of his biological brother. The 7 sisters all thought Lin Tian was just a useless errand boy, dismissing him for being mediocre. In reality, all of the Lin family's success was created by Lin Tian. Lin Ao Xue, the female CEO of Lin Group, repeatedly made mistakes, leading the company to incur losses. The second sister, Lin Ru Yan, a famous celebrity, saw a decrease in her gigs, with no songs to sing or dramas to shoot. The third sister, Dr. Lin Ruo Lan, found herself helpless against various diseases. Gradually, they uncovered the truth and realized that their so-called success, as well as the Lin family's achievements, were all thanks to Lin Tian. The 7 stunningly beautiful sisters deeply regretted their actions, and after realizing the truth, they knelt before Lin Tian, hoping to earn his forgiveness. Chapter 1, Kicked out of the family, severing ties. After the snow, even the weather in Hua City grew increasingly cold. Amid the howling evening wind, Lin Tian wrapped his clothes tighter and parked his electric scooter in front of the Lin family villa. "It's cold, I need to deliver the food that my sisters love before it gets cold," he muttered to himself. For an ordinary man, dealing with one woman was already exhausting. But Lin Tian had 7 older sisters, each of whom was well known in Hua City as one of the 7 fairies of the Lin family, excelling in their respective fields. Talking to himself, Lin Tian unloaded everything from the back of his scooter. The 7 sisters were always waiting to be fed, and he couldn't afford to let them go hungry. "Ao Xue, your favorite seafood wontons are back," he called out loudly. "Sisters, I brought you all something to eat." He grinned widely as he walked into the living room, only to find all 7 sisters sitting there. Elegant and graceful, each one of them was a beauty in her own way. If anyone else saw this scene, they would be so envious they'd probably faint. "You're all such greedy cats. Don't worry, I'll feed you all soon. Har har har." With a cheerful laugh, Lin Tian approached the coffee table and started unpacking the food. After living together for over a decade, Lin Tian knew each sister's preferences very well. But strangely, no matter what he said, the 7 sisters only gave him strange expressions and complex glances, sitting in silence on the sofa. The atmosphere felt a bit off. "What's going on, Ao Xue? Why is everyone just sitting there?" Lin Tian asked. Lin Ao Xue scanned the room and then stood up. Wearing a white shirt, a tailored suit, and heels, her appearance and confident demeanor radiated power and grace. As the CEO of Lin Group, her poise was unmatched. "Lin Tian, I'm sorry to tell you that you're not our real brother," she said coldly. "We've found our real brother, and it's time for you to leave the Lin family," she added without hesitation. "Here's 1 million. It's enough for your years of effort." As expected, Lin Ao Xue was the eldest sister. In just 3 sentences, she made everything clear. Boom! For some unknown reason, the outside suddenly started to rain lightly, followed by a thunderclap. "Ao Xue, are you joking?" Lin Tian asked, bewildered. Lin Ao Xue snorted dismissively. Her personal secretary stepped forward and said, "It's the truth. You're just an adopted replacement. Our real young master is coming back. Do you think you still have any reason to stay?" Lin Tian frowned. He glanced at Lin Ao Xue and then at the others. "So, the real heir has returned, and I'm supposed to leave right away?" he asked bitterly. For the past decade, Lin Tian had always treated them like his real sisters. He had sacrificed so much for them, but in the end, it was all just a one-sided fantasy. Seeing Lin Tian lost in thought, the secretary added, "Lin Tian, you should know when to be satisfied. You've enjoyed the wealth and privilege for 18 years. Wealth and privilege. Lin Tian had served them like a servant for all those years, doing all the menial tasks, running errands, and enduring all kinds of work. In reality, Lin Tian had already known he wasn't their biological brother. He thought his actions might eventually win their hearts, but now it seemed he had been deluding himself all along. Ao Xue, who treated you with acupuncture and massage when you had a headache. Who stayed by your side 24/7 when any of you were sick. Lin Ao Xue's eyes hardened. Does talking about the past really matter? Don't think that by staying, you'll get a share of the assets. The success of Lin Group is entirely due to Miss Ao Xue and the efforts of the other sisters. Now, Lin Ao Xue was worth billions, and with her sisters, Lin Group was a top-tier corporation in the industry. You're just a servant who runs errands. An electric scooter, a late-night snack. You're bringing down the Lin family's image. The secretary spoke with such harshness that it felt like a personal attack. Lin Tian let out a deep breath. Is this your decision? The others avoided his gaze, and Lin Ao Xue impatiently responded, yes. Lin Tian gave a bitter smile and shook his head. He looked at these people, his family for over a decade, who now seemed so alien. From the start, his 7 sisters had never accepted him. Now, it seemed like they were treating him like an enemy. Heartbroken and disappointed, Lin Tian's breath became erratic, filled with rage and sorrow. After all that he had given, was this how he ended up? The secretary shouted again, her veins bulging on her neck. Stop wasting time, take the money and leave. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Money? I don't need any of your charity. From now on, I have no relationship with the Lin family. We're done. After saying this, Lin Tian turned and walked towards the door with determination. Lin Tian. The secretary shouted, keep pretending. Without that money, you'll end up a filthy, dirty bug on the street. Lin Tian ignored her. Everyone thought he was just a servant running errands, but they didn't know who had truly built the Lin family's success. And now, he was being kicked out. Since they had become so heartless, there was no need for him to stay. What was his, he would take back. As for the so-called 7 fairies, let them cry in endless regret. A voice from the crowd spoke up. Eldest sister, don't you think this is too heartless? Enough is enough, replied the secretary immediately. After all these years of enjoying wealth and luxury, it's not too much to give him this. Lin Ao Xue rubbed her temples. This ends here. From now on, whether Lin Tian is alive or dead, he has nothing to do with the Lin family. After saying that, Lin Ao Xue turned and went upstairs. The others looked at Lin Tian's lonely figure, their expressions varied, but none of them came forward. They all shook their heads and turned to go upstairs. The secretary gestured with a smug smile on her face. Lin Tian got on his scooter. The evening wind was cold, but it was nothing compared to the coldness in his heart. After waking up from an 18-year-long dream, he finally understood. Just as he was about to start the scooter, his phone rang. Ding ding. Lin Tian answered. Mr. Lin, the Su family is planning to expand into the southern cities. It's a great opportunity. Also, the National Master is preparing for a new movie and is holding auditions. Before the person on the other end could finish, Lin Tian interrupted him. From now on, I don't need to hear about these things. The person on the other end sensed something was wrong but didn't dare ask more questions. Just a minute after hanging up, his phone rang again. Lin Tian quickly answered, didn't I say I don't need to hear these reports anymore? The voice on the other end replied, it's me, Mr. Lin. Lin Tian paused. This was someone he had often called for help over the years. What's the matter? Mr. Lin, I need your help. A friend of mine seems to have contracted a strange illness, and... Not now. Lin Tian cut him off, his thoughts elsewhere. Without giving the other person a chance to finish, he hung up. If anyone had known that the person on the other end was the president of the Foreseas Chamber of Commerce, they would have been shocked. Lin Tian started the scooter and drove away from the Lin family villa. Just as he was leaving, 2 figures suddenly appeared, running towards him with sticks in hand. A familiar voice shouted, useless. Stop right there. Chapter 2, You are heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Tian frowned as he looked at the 2 people in front of him. One of them was none other than the secretary's brother, right? Zhang Qian and Zhang Hao were the children of Lin Ao Xue's uncle, Zhang Xueyin's brother. Thanks to Zhang Xueyin, these 2 had the opportunity to work. What do you want? Lin Tian asked. Zhang Hao sneered, his mouth twisted in a mocking grin. Lin Tian, I know your cousin gave you a check for 1 million. If you're smart, hand it over now. Also, all the property of the Lin family no longer belongs to you. Everything was a premeditated plan. How else would Zhang Hao, a playboy who lived for fun, know so much? Sorry, Lin Tian replied calmly. This car was bought for me by someone else. Besides, I haven't taken a single penny from the Lin family, nor did I take anything with me. The tension between them was already palpable, and there was no need to hold back now. Heh! Zhang Hao laughed coldly. You're still pretending. Didn't you stay in my aunt's house just to try and get a bigger share of the money?
1 million, and you don't want it. The bodyguard Zhang Hao brought with him chimed in as well. That's right. Hand over the check quickly, or don't blame us for getting physical.
Before, Lin Tian could still hold his head high as the young master of the Lin family. But now, even a servant could order him around. Lin Tian, who had always been respectful, now felt his patience wearing thin.
Don't believe me? Then go ask Lin Ao Xue yourself. Good dogs don't block their way.
Lin Tian's voice grew more impatient.
Zhang Hao's expression darkened, his eyes flashing dangerously. You still think you're the young master? You're just a piece of trash.
The bodyguard, eager to please, said, Brother Hao, stop wasting time.
Let me search him.
With that, the bodyguard stepped forward, ready to take action. Arsan, have I ever treated you poorly? Lin Tian asked with a frown. He never expected that everyone in the Lin family, from top to bottom, could be so heartless. Kicked out of the house, and now they were going to humiliate him like this. Shut up. The bodyguard searched Lin Tian's body roughly.
Meanwhile, Zhang Hao lit a cigarette, wearing an arrogant smirk. Leaving the Lin family, and you're nothing but a pile of garbage.
But after searching him thoroughly, the bodyguard found nothing, and finally, in frustration, pulled Lin Tian off his scooter. Zhang Hao's face was filled with confusion.
Impossible. You can't not want money. His eyes suddenly glinted.
It must be hidden in the car.
Let's pry it open and check.
The bodyguard immediately followed his orders. With a loud crash, the small electric scooter was tossed to the ground.
Lin Tian's face darkened, his gaze turning cold and sharp.
This scooter was a gift from Uncle Hu for his 16th birthday, the one person who had always treated him with care.
Stop! Lin Tian yelled, his voice thunderous. Zhang Hao flinched in fear.
The bodyguard had turned the scooter inside out, but still found nothing.
Damn it, you scared me. Zhang Hao growled, you've got some guts. Smash his scooter, let him walk home. Zhang Hao ordered.
The bodyguard grinned and raised his baton, ready to strike.
Ow.
That hurts. But just as the bodyguard prepared to swing, Lin Tian grabbed his wrist, halting the blow.
Damn it. Zhang Hao threw his cigarette aside and snarled, I'll do it myself.
Taking advantage of the bodyguard being held, Zhang Hao swung his baton at Lin Tian.
Bang. It's just a broken car, just like you worthless.
At that moment, Lin Tian's expression was as cold as ice, his eyes burning with fury. The Lin family had countless people coming and going, but only Uncle Hu and his family had ever treated him sincerely. Even after years of use, Lin Tian still treated this scooter as a precious possession. Crack! Lin Tian's teeth ground together as his fists clenched, making a crackling sound.
I told you to stop.
Lin Tian roared in fury, his voice filled with rage. The bodyguard screamed in pain as he felt his wrist snap under Lin Tian's grip. Zhang Hao was startled, and before he could react, Lin Tian grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up like a small chicken.
Let go of me. Smack.
A loud slap rang out, echoing in the night.
Trash, bastard. You dare lay a hand on me, I'll. Smack.
Another slap cut him off, and Zhang Hao's face swelled instantly, turning into a grotesque mess.
Slap. Slap. Slap.
Lin Tian's slaps came down relentlessly, each one more forceful than the last.
Zhang Hao's teeth flew, and blood splattered everywhere.
The arrogance from earlier was completely gone, replaced by sheer humiliation. Zhang Hao tried to retaliate with his baton, but Lin Tian was too fast. In the chaos, his arms went limp, and the baton fell to the ground.
Lin Tian quickly snatched it up. Since you're all so heartless, then don't blame me for being ruthless. With a loud crack, Lin Tian brought the baton down, smashing it directly onto Zhang Hao's knee.
Zhang Hao screamed in agony, the sound so painful it seemed to tear through the air.
You dare to hit my brother. Zhang Qian, who had been waiting outside, was enraged.
She had orchestrated this encounter, thinking it would be a show for her amusement. But now, seeing her brother reduced to a bloody mess, her confidence faltered. Lin Tian released his grip, and Zhang Hao collapsed onto the ground, writhing in pain. It was a pitiful sight.
Zhang Qian rushed toward him, but Lin Tian glared at her with burning eyes. Zhang Qian froze, feeling as though she were staring into the abyss itself, a demon emerging from the depths.
She screamed in terror. She had never imagined that the usually gentle and patient Lin Tian could be so terrifying.
He now resembled a raging lion.
Lin Tian picked up the scattered items on the ground, stuffed them into his pockets, and revved the scooter.
He sped off without a second glance. When Zhang Qian finally regained her senses, she screamed, "Help! Someone's going to die. Lin Tian's killing people."
Her shrill voice carried through the air, but Lin Tian was already long gone, no longer caring for anything. As he drove, Lin Tian reached into his pocket and pulled out an old, yellowed piece of paper. It looked like it had been there for years, many parts unreadable. "Lin Tian, we're leaving, come find us in Tongwan district."
When had he put this note in his pocket?
All these years of driving, and he never knew it was there. He squinted at the address, and just as the battery on his scooter ran out, he finally arrived at Tongwan district. It was an old, run-down village on the outskirts, its crumbling buildings packed together like sardines. Rats scurried around, unafraid of humans, and the air was thick with unpleasant smells. After what seemed like an eternity, Lin Tian found the address.
Knock, knock, knock.
"Who's there?" The voice inside was wary, even fearful. Hearing the voice, Lin Tian's face lit up with joy.
"Uncle Hu, it's me, Xiao Qian." "Xiao Qian."
The door creaked open, and two elderly figures appeared in front of him. Lin Tian's eyes widened in shock, his whole body trembling. They had aged so much in just a few years. Uncle Hu, leaning on a cane, seemed to have one leg broken. What had happened to them in these years?
"Young master. It's really you. Little Tian, you've come to see us. Come in, come in."
Inside, the house was bare, and the smell of traditional Chinese medicine was strong.
"Uncle Hu, Auntie, what happened?"
Lin Tian asked, his mind racing with confusion. Uncle Hu and Aunt Wang Huizhen had always been hardworking and capable, earning a decent living when they were with the Lin family. Even after leaving, they shouldn't have ended up in such dire straits. Uncle Hu sighed helplessly. "It's a long story." But before he could explain, another violent banging on the door echoed through the small house. The door frame creaked ominously, as if it would be torn off its hinges.
Bang, bang, bang. "Old man, open the door." Hash hash hash. Chapter 3, the bully comes to the door. "Aunt, you must stand up for us. Look at what that little bastard did to Xiao Hao."
Zhang Qian cried, her face streaked with tears. Anyone who didn't know would think that she herself had been beaten by Lin Tian. When Zhang Xuyin arrived, Zhang Qian sobbed and recounted the entire incident.
Zhang Xuyin's face turned cold when she saw her nephew, his face swollen and bruised like a pig's head.
Lin Tian, that ingrate, actually dared to lay a hand on him. At this point, Zhang Hao was still undergoing surgery after all. Lin Tian had broken his knee.
Zhang Qian immediately added fuel to the fire.
Yes. It was Lin Tian. We only wanted to stop him for a moment and check if he had taken anything from the Lin family.
Who knew he would go berserk and start attacking us? Not only Xiao Hao, but one of our bodyguards was also injured."
As she spoke, more tears streamed down her face.
"Well, this ingrate has truly gone mad. I'll call Ao Xue right now." With that, Zhang Xuyin contacted Lin Ao Xue.
Before long, Lin Ao Xue arrived at the hospital.
Seeing the scene, she furrowed her brows and asked, "Lin Tian, isn't he always good-natured? Why would he suddenly resort to violence?
Did you do something else to provoke him?" As she spoke, her eyes grew colder.
Zhang Qian didn't dare meet Lin Ao Xue's gaze. Zhang Xuyin quickly snapped, "Ao Xue, what do you mean by that?
Do you still not believe your cousin and cousin-in-law? Do you think Lin Tian, that ingrate, is right?" Lin Ao Xue had only just expelled Lin Tian from the Lin family today. She frowned and said, "I just want to get the facts straight." Lin Tian had always been humorous and gentle, never quick to anger. He was usually polite to the servants in the house. How could he suddenly attack people?
Zhang Xuyin quickly added, "Look at what they did to your cousin. His knee is broken. We don't even know if it can be repaired.
If you don't believe it, ask the other injured bodyguard." He saw everything clearly.
With her aunt backing her up, Zhang Qian continued, "Aunt is right." Lin Tian suddenly went wild. Zhang Xuyin went on, "I told you long ago, that ingrate was never a good person. We raised him for so many years, only for him to show his true nature now that we've kicked him out. Now he has truly revealed his wickedness, such a heartless monster. Their words came one after the other. Lin Ao Xue couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Lin Tian was seeking revenge after being kicked out of the family? If that's the case, she had really misjudged him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ao Xue said, "Mom, you stay here with cousin while he undergoes surgery. I'll have fourth sister take care of the issue." Zhang Shuiying gritted her teeth angrily. "Ao Xue, you must avenge your cousin. Don't let that ingrate go free." Lin Ao Xue didn't want to say too much. She rubbed her temple, feeling a headache coming on. "Don't worry, I'll get to the bottom of this." Some things couldn't be fully believed, after all. Her cousins weren't saints either. Especially her mother, who had a hot temper. Lin Ao Xue quickly dialed Lin Ruo Lan's number. Lin Ruo Lan was the pride of the police force in Huacheng. Having solved several difficult cases in the past few years, she had risen rapidly through the ranks. If Lin Tian had indeed done something wrong, Lin Ruo Lan would handle it. Back in Kajir village. When the knock at the door came, the two old people became visibly tense. Their faces drained of color, and they were clearly terrified. Lin Tian frowned and asked, "Who is it?" Tang Meilian was trembling with fear. Hu Jianjun gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Qian, you don't need to worry. Please go inside. We can handle this." He didn't wait for Lin Tian's response and pushed him into the room, then shakily went to open the door. When the door opened, a scar-faced man, flanked by 4 or 5 burly thugs, stormed in with a vicious look. "Is the money ready?" Tang Meilian, her face ashen, stood to the side. Hu Jianjun gritted his teeth and said, "It's ready, Scarface." With that, he pulled a yellow plastic bag from his pocket. It was already night, but the commotion drew the attention of the neighbors, who had gathered outside. What are they here for again? They are really trying to force old Hu's family to the edge. Don't they have any respect for the law? These loan sharks are vampires. You better keep quiet. If they hear you, we're done for. The neighbors were full of anger but too scared to speak up. It seemed this kind of thing happened regularly in the area. Scarface grabbed the yellow bag, opened it, and spat on the ground. He then angrily tossed the bag aside. What the hell is this? The money inside was all loose change, with the highest denomination being only 50 yuan. Most of it was in 5 or 10 yuan bills, and there were even 1 yuan coins. Don't forget, you owe us 20,000 yuan this time. Do you think this is 20,000? Hu Jianjun trembled as he replied, Scarface, I've counted it. This is 20,000. He bowed his head and was fearful of saying anything that might anger the group. Suddenly, Scarface kicked Hu Jianjun's cane away. His heavy boot struck Hu Jianjun's stomach, sending him stumbling to the ground. Are you wasting my time? Hurry up and change all this into full bills. Old Hu. Tang Meilian rushed over in a panic to help her husband. Scarface took a puff of his cigarette, sneered, and waved his hand. One of the big men beside him, with hands the size of fans, slapped Tang Meilian with a resounding smack. Tang Meilian couldn't withstand the force, and her body was sent flying like a top. She crashed into a nearby table, her hands bleeding. Seeing this, Lin Tian could no longer sit idly by. Uncle Hu. Aunt. His eyes were full of rage as he scanned the scene. The thugs froze for a moment, shivering from the coldness in Lin Tian's eyes. Lin Tian helped Tang Meilian up. After Hu Jianjun caught his breath, he anxiously shouted, Young Master Tian, who told you to come out? Go back inside immediately. We can handle this ourselves. Tang Meilian quickly came to her senses and, despite the pain, tried to push Lin Tian back into the room. Lin Tian waved his hand. Since I've come out, I'll take care of this. Aunt, please sit down. He gently helped Tang Meilian sit in a chair, then turned his cold gaze back to the thugs. Scarface paused for a moment, eyeing Lin Tian's appearance. He clearly didn't look like someone who would belong in this village. Suddenly, one of the thugs remembered Hu Jianjun's earlier address and gasped. I know now, he is young master Lin Tian from the Lin family. Chapter 4 No longer the young master of the Lin family. Lin Tian was very confused. It is still unclear what exactly happened in the past few years. Why did these thugs suddenly come to my house and ask for repayment of debts? These thugs in front of me are obviously loan sharks. This made him even more confused. What exactly happened in recent years? When the scarred man heard his subordinate's answer, he also started thinking hard. Although the Lin family is just a new family. However, few people in Flower City do not know the beautiful name of the 7 fairies. If Lin Tian is the younger brother of those 7 fairies, then this matter would be quite difficult. Thinking of this, the scarred man put away the cruelty on his face and said in a flattering manner, "Master Lin Tian, we are also following the mission. This matter is a bit complicated to explain. They also followed the instructions of Zhang Hao from the Lin family, so they came here to make things difficult for this family. But compared with Zhang Hao, Lin Tian's status is obviously higher. But in this situation, it is impossible for the scarred man to expose Zhang Hao's affairs." Lin Tian frowned and asked, "How much money do they owe you?" "I paid it back." "If that's the case, they will want to come and cause trouble in the future." There really was no way to go on. This matter is not complicated to explain. The reason why Hu Jianjun was kicked out of the Lin family was simply because they were said to have stolen an antique from the Lin family and sold it. In fact, the person who stole the antiques was Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao framed others later. Force this matter onto Hu Jianjun. Originally, Lin Ao Xue didn't intend to pursue the matter. She just kicked them out of the Lin family and ignored them. But Zhang Hao found them later and told Hu Jianjun to pay back the money. He even asked for 100,000 yuan. Hu Jianjun and his people are just ordinary people, how could they come up with so much money? Under the introduction of Zhang Hao, he borrowed a loan shark without knowing what was going on, and the amount he borrowed was only 100,000 yuan at the beginning. It snowballed into 200,000 or 300,000. How much money have they paid back over the years? But it all seems like a bottomless pit that can never be paid off. According to Zhang Hao's original plan, if they could not pay back the money, he would take possession of their daughter. When you get tired of playing, you can sell it to other places to pay off your debts. But now that Lin Tian has come out, all plans have come to an abrupt end. It seemed that these people were somewhat afraid of Lin Tian's existence. Hu Jianjun was also very angry and said, "Master Xiaoqian and his men really have a big appetite. We only borrowed 100,000 yuan, but we have paid back more than 200,000 yuan over the years. But they are never satisfied and ask us to pay 20,000 yuan every time. He also said that if we can't pay back the money, we will send Tong Tong to work in the club." As Hu Jianjun spoke, his eyes also welled up with tears. Their experiences over the years have been truly tragic. That's right. Hu Tongtong's figure suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's mind. At her age, she should be in school. But there is no time to ask too much right now. Lin Tian asked the scarred man again, "How much do they owe you? Give me the total account." If Lin Tian hadn't stepped forward, the scarred man had plenty of ways to force Hu Jianjun's family into a dead end. Now that Lin Tian has appeared, how dare they ask for money? The scarred man took a puff of his cigarette, not knowing how to answer. Lin Tian took out his phone and said, 100,000, right. I've returned the principal. According to their calculation, the principal and interest have already reached 500,000. But Lin Tian's attitude was tough and they didn't dare to say anything. "If you dare to come again, I will break your legs." The scarred man looked embarrassed. If he didn't take the money, he would offend Lin Tian. "But if I take the money, I won't be able to report back when I get back." Just when the two sides were at a stalemate, a figure walked in from outside. He was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a branded sportswear and had his hair tied up in a high ponytail. Even without makeup, she is very noble. The person who came was Lin Ruo Lan. Lin Ruo Lan frowned, "What's going on?" He is indeed the young master of the Lin family. The scarred man couldn't stop his legs from shaking when he saw Lin Ruo Lan. After all, the reputation of this flower of the police force is also well known throughout Huacheng. Lin Ruo Lan didn't bother to pay attention to these thugs. This time she came here after receiving a call from her sister. She frowned and stared at Lin Tian and asked directly, "Did you beat Zhang Hao?" After all, Zhang Hao is his cousin. Lin Tian injured him and broke his knee. My mother must be furious. As a police officer, Lin Ruo Lan also had to resolve the matter quickly. Lin Tian just felt a little helpless, and then he looked directly at Lin Ruo Lan and answered, "Yes, I did." "So what?" Hu Jianjun and Tang Meilian reacted and quickly called out, "Fourth miss! Fourth miss!" But Lin Ruo Lan ignored the two of them and even reached out to touch her nose.
An expression of disgust appeared on his face.
This kind of environment is really bad. Lin Tian answered directly.
This made Lin Ruo Lan feel a little disappointed, and then he looked at Lin Tian and said,
Lin Tian, you are breaking the law, do you know that? If Zhang Hao wants to investigate, I will arrest you and put you in jail.
Lin Jian sneered, so you are now ready to come and call for punishment.
If you really want to take me away, please do so, Officer Lin.
Lin Ruo Lan felt Lin Tian's cold attitude.
Even if we kicked you out of the house, you wouldn't give up on yourself. Now you're hurting people and getting into a conflict with these thugs.
Although she didn't know what happened, she thought about it and said,
how about this, you come back with me and go to the hospital to apologize to Zhang Hao.
Also, I will give you 500,000.
With this money, you can solve these problems and not let people starve to death on the streets.
Lin Tian just felt a chill in his heart.
Is this the face of a rich person? Just thinking of using money to solve the problem. You want me to apologize to him? No way.
You don't even know what happened, and now you come here to accuse me. Besides, I don't need your help.
Hu Jianjun and Tang Mailin just felt very confused.
Why are these two siblings talking to each other so coldly? Hu Jianjun hesitated for a moment and then said, Master Xiaoqian, what grudge do the two siblings have?
Don't worry, apologize to the fourth lady quickly, and then go back and apologize to Zhang Hao.
When Tang Mailin heard Zhang Hao's name, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. If it weren't for this person, perhaps their lives wouldn't have changed. They were already satisfied that Lin Tian was willing to help them.
Master Xiaoqian, you'd better go back quickly and apologize to Zhang Hao. Go back with the fourth lady.
Lin Ruo Lan is still high and mighty. Especially after feeling Lin Tian's attitude, she didn't care at all even if these two people were trying to persuade her. He even said contemptuously, Lin Tian, even if our Lin family doesn't want you, you shouldn't be hanging out with these dirty people.
Hu Jianjun and Tang Mailin looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Lin Tian's face darkened and he shouted loudly, Lin Ruo Lan, please be respectful.
I don't think that just because you're the daughter of the Lin family, you can look down on others.
Lin Ruo Lan felt very surprised because these two servants stole the antiques from her home.
Lin Tian has never been polite over the years and has never lost his temper with me.
Now you are going to get angry with me just because of two thieves?
Lin Ruo Lan, you hang out with two thieves. If that's not self-destruction, what else is that?
Lin Tian said directly, I gave up on myself and am lowly.
What a joke, are poor people born lowly, and are you, Officer Lin, a fairy who is high above?
There is no evidence to prove that Uncle Hu and his gang did it.
The so-called 7 fairies are just some names given to you by the outside world.
Without Lin Tian, you are nothing. Now you start to act like a big shot.
Tang Honglian was obviously frightened by the scene in front of her, and tears flowed uncontrollably.
Master Xiaoqian, please stop quarreling.
Hu Jianjun also felt a little strange after hearing what was said just now. Why is Lin Tian not a member of the Lin family now?
Could it be that he had been kicked out?
The scarred man and the others were also a little curious. From what Lin Ruo Lan said, it seemed that Lin Tian was no longer a member of the Lin family. If this is the case, then I will no longer be afraid. If he really wanted to do something, he didn't need to consider the Lin family's face.
Let's wait and see, this matter can continue. Lin Tian.
Lin Ruo Lan also gritted her teeth and said,
That's right. We are nobler than you.
Also, let me remind you that if we hadn't adopted you back then, it's hard to say whether you would be alive today.
Now our Lin family doesn't want you anymore. You are no longer the young master of the Lin family. Chapter 5 Lin Tian, you are in big trouble.
As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene was shocked. What to say? These were just speculations, but we can discern some information from their conversation.
Now Lin Ruo Lan spoke directly.
This is undoubtedly a bombshell news. Tang Mailin was a little at a loss, thinking that it was because of her own affairs that affected Lin Tian. The scarred man and others looked like they were enjoying the show. As soon as Lin Ruo Lan left, they would continue their ridiculous behavior. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't speak, the arrogant Lin Ruo Lan spoke again.
Why are you scared now? Without the Lin family, you are nothing. It doesn't matter whether it's these two despicable people or you.
Hearing this, Hu Jianjun and his wife trembled all over, with embarrassed expressions on their faces.
No matter how unwilling you are to accept it, these are all facts.
Shut up. Lin Tian shouted again, there is no evidence for some things, so don't talk nonsense. You asked me to go back and apologize to Zhang Hao, and now I want you to apologize to Uncle Hu and the others. Hu Jianjun reacted and waved his hands. It had been so many years, and there were some things he didn't want to recall. Tang Mailin was crying so hard that she couldn't speak. When Lin Tian saw the two poor old people, he felt very distressed. Then he seemed to have made some kind of decision. Uncle Hu and Auntie, we are family from now on. As long as I am here, no one can bully you. Although Lin Tian still doesn't know the true situation of the matter until now, he can roughly guess something based on these partial memories. I have been wronged. Only then can you truly understand what they went through. Lin Ruo Lan felt like she had heard something unexpected. Okay. You still want to apologize, and you want me to apologize to them. Since you don't accept my plan, let me see how you can solve it. If I don't pay you, I don't think you can last long and can only go out to pick up trash and deliver food. Lin Tian, who had been gentle and obedient for more than 10 years, actually disobeyed him. Lin Ruo Lan originally wanted to say that if Lin Tian was willing to bow his head, she would also face the old relationship and help him. But now it seems that my kindness has been in vain. If that's the case, then why bother talking to them anymore? Lin Ruo Lan turned to look at the scarred man and asked coldly, what's wrong with you? The scarred man didn't know how to answer for a moment, and could only stammer, I. Lin Ruo Lan, however, moved her pace and walked out. I don't care what happens to you, as long as it's not illegal. After hearing this answer, the smile on the scarred man's face became even more obvious. Originally, loan sharking is illegal, but after so many years of development, they will definitely package this matter as legal. Since Lin Ruo Lan ignores it, then there will be some fun. Soon Lin Ruo Lan walked away. He thought that if he didn't make Lin Tian suffer a little, he would not be able to understand his good intentions. When he couldn't solve the problem and was severely punished by these thugs, he might be willing to give in. After confirming that Lin Ruo Lan had left, the scarred man waved his hand and several burly men surrounded him. He relit a cigarette, regained his composure, looked at Lin Tian with a sneer on his face and said, You scared me just now. It's not that easy to solve the problem now. To tell you the truth, if you really want to pay it back, it will be 500,000 including principal and interest. Otherwise. When they heard this number, both Hu Jianjun and Tang Honglian were shocked. Vampires are really vampires. I've paid back so much, and there is still no end. Lin Tian also knew that even if he paid back 500,000 today, they would still come and cause trouble in the end. Just when Lin Tian was hesitating, the scarred man took a puff of his cigarette and said proudly, You can't come up with the money, right? There are ways to solve the problem. All you have to do is hand Hu Tongtong over to us. Your daughter is as pretty as a flower, she must be worth a lot of money. Har. This is their evil purpose. When Wu Jianjun heard his daughter's sudden rage, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to fight you, you bastards. In fact, Lin Ruo Lan didn't walk far, so she could hear all the sounds inside. Although she is a police officer, she is prepared to stand idly by this time. The strong prey on the weak, the law of the jungle, it has always been like this. As long as Lin Tian suffers, he will definitely bow his head and beg me. It's a shame to save face. When he bows his head, I will humiliate him severely to appease my anger. But suddenly, there was a loud bang. Then, screams like pigs being slaughtered pierced the night sky. Boom. The scarred man opened his mouth wide, the cigarette butt on his fingers was about to burn himself, and he was still unable to react. What's going on? He had just ordered his men to charge forward. But who knows? Before he could even see the situation clearly, several of his men flew backwards like sandbags. You have to know that this is the second floor. If you fall down like this, you may not be able to survive. Lin Ruo Lan, who was standing outside, was completely shocked when she saw this scene. She could never have imagined that the gentle and kind Lin Tian would suddenly go crazy and attack. But even if you can temporarily deal with these thugs, if you offend them, there will definitely be more people from above who will come and cause trouble for you. This is undoubtedly seeking death. Lin Ruo Lan was a little anxious in her heart, but since Lin Tian didn't bow his head to beg her, she didn't move. Lin Tian held Hu Jianjun down, staring at the scarred man with fierce eyes and said,
Go back and tell your superiors to wait for me. I will go over and talk to them in person. Before he could finish his words, another slap came at him. Along with the crisp sound of slapping, the scarred man's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Boom! The scarred man's bones seemed to be falling apart, and blood was gushing out of his mouth uncontrollably. Only then did he see his companions, lying on the ground covered in blood. Oh my God, that's horrible. These thugs just bully the weak and fear the strong. Now that Lin Tian had acted so forcefully, they were already scared to death. Roll! Accompanied by a lion-like roar. The scarred man and others fled in panic with their tails between their legs. Lin Tian's figure appeared on the second floor, looking down from above. Lin Ruo Lan looked in the direction where she was looking, and in an instant she seemed to see a ferocious god. These thugs have done all kinds of bad things, so even though Lin Ruo Lan is a police officer, she ignores them. Lin Ruo Lan moved her feet, shook her head helplessly and said, Lin Tian, do you know? You're in trouble. The mess you made this time is too big. This is the west of the city. The west of the city is the territory of the Crazy Dragon Society. If the leader of the Crazy Dragon Society knew that you injured one of their people, what do you think? Lin Ruo Lan paused and continued, if you really can't control it, not only you, but they will die too. But I still say that if you are willing to bow your head, I will help you solve these problems. After all, Lin Ruo Lan is a police officer. If she shows up, these so-called underground gangs won't dare to say anything. Lin Tian sneered and refused directly. Officer Lin. Do you think I can't handle such a small matter? When I left your Lin family just now, I made it very clear that I will no longer have any relationship with your Lin family. Whether I live or die, it has nothing to do with you anymore. This kid. Lin Ruo Lan stomped her feet in anger, and her eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. Crazy. Crazy. Must be crazy. It must be because he was abandoned by the Lin family, and then he was eager to prove himself. He is heading towards destruction step by step. But this was Lin Tian's own choice. Lin Ruo Lan looked at Lin Tian with great anger, but finally got into her car without saying a word, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Hu Jianjun was stunned. He never thought that Lin Tian would do such a crazy thing because of them. Tang Mailin was also completely surprised. After all, they had been bullied by this gang of thugs for more than a year or two. After realizing what was happening, Hu Jianjun hurriedly picked up the money on the ground. Master Xiaoqian, the crazy dragon gang is not a charity. You injured one of their people. The consequences will be serious. You should leave immediately. Take the money and go as far as you can. Never come back again. Tang Mailin also reacted. She quickly pushed Lin Tian and said, yes, leave quickly. Lin Tian looked at the reactions of the two old men and felt deeply moved. To be honest, they have only been in the Lin family for a few years. But they treat themselves like family members. After something like this happened, they clearly had no way to resolve it. If I left, they would be faced with a devastating blow. But even so, they still asked me to leave. It's okay, Uncle Hu and Aunt Hu. Since I said I would help you with this matter, I can solve it thoroughly. Besides, you just heard that I have nothing to do with him anymore. Don't call me Master Xiaoqian anymore. Lin Tian tried his best to persuade the two old people and finally calmed them down. After a simple tidying up, there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. When the man walked in and took a look, his face instantly turned cold as he waited to see the person in front of him clearly. He couldn't help but shout, Lin Tian, you actually dared to come here. You think our family isn't miserable enough, right? Chapter 6 Black Dragon Club. Hu Tongtong, who hasn't been seen for a few years, has become more graceful. The clothes he was wearing, although a little bleached from washing, were clean and tidy. The moment he saw her appear, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel that he had grown up. She has long hair, three-dimensional facial features and a pretty face. More importantly, the little girl is very well developed. No wonder the scarred man made that kind of request in the end. It's really big. However, there was something wrong with Hu Tongtong's expression. Seeing Lin Tian appear in her house, her body seemed to tremble uncontrollably. Then a pair of eyes also turned red. Then, the crystal tears flashed out. Lin Tian felt very complicated and couldn't help but said, Tong Tong. As he spoke, he wanted to reach out and rub Hu Tongtong's head.
However, Hu Tongtong's attitude remained firm and she pushed Lin Tian's hand away forcefully. Lin Tian, what are you doing here today? I've already told you, haven't you caused enough suffering to my family? Why are you coming over now? It was strange. Lin Tian was thinking that the little girl must be very happy with his presence here, and might jump into his arms like a little deer. Who would have thought that her expression now looked so disgusted? Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Hu Jianjun also showed his parents authority and said with a serious face. Tongtong, what are you doing? Master Xiaoqian finally came to our place. Tang Meilian was about to speak, but Hu Tongtong said, if it weren't for the Lin family, would we have fallen to this point today? Lin Tian, do you know how I have been spending the past 5 years? Okay, we are living like this now. Do you suddenly show up to see us living in such a miserable state, so that you will be happy? Lin Tian said anxiously, Tongtong, that's not the case. Please listen to my explanation. Lin Tian was about to move forward. But Hu Tongtong suddenly screamed, covering her ears and said. No matter what you say, I don't want to hear your nonsense. Get out of my house. Right now. You Lin family are so disgusting, I will never forgive you. Hu Jianjun couldn't help but yelled, Tongtong, stop messing around. If it wasn't for Lin Tian, we would have all been killed by Scar's gang. Hu Tongtong saw the messy scene and knew that something must have happened just now. Plus, when I came back, the neighbors were talking and pointing fingers. It turns out something else happened. Don't think I will forgive you just because you saved my parents. Go away. If you don't, I will leave. Things have come to this point, there is nothing else Lin Tian can say. He could only shake his head helplessly and then walk away. Lin Tian had just left the house. Hu Tongtong grabbed the door handle tightly. The door closed with a bang. Lin Tian looked at the closed door in a daze, feeling very uncomfortable. After thinking about it, he finally added. Uncle Hu and Auntie Tongtong, don't worry. I will help you solve the problems with Scar. I will come back. After saying that, Lin Tian left without looking back. You girl, you don't even know what happened, but you yelled at brother Lin Tian indiscriminately. Weren't you the closest to him before? Tang Meilin couldn't help but say this to her daughter. Hu Tongtong was crying with tears streaming down her face. Thinking of the past, her heart felt like it was hit hard by something and she felt very uncomfortable. He said it. He clearly said that he would protect me no matter what happened, but what happened? In the end, we were bullied like that. It would have been fine if we were kicked out, but in the end, we had to. As Hu Tongtong was talking, he couldn't say the next words. In the end, he could only hug his thighs and squat on the ground crying. Hu Jianjun sighed, pulled a chair and sat down, then took out his pipe. After taking a puff of cigarette, Hu Tongtong's crying became softer. Girl, you don't know. The fourth young lady also came over just now, and we learned a very important news. Tang Meilian also added, your brother Lin Tian has been expelled from the Lin family. The disgusting people have never been Lin Tian, but those members of the Lin family. Hu Tongtong was stunned for a moment, obviously unable to accept it. Then he wiped his tears and asked. Mom and Dad, what happened just now? Tell me quickly. Lin Tian left Kajir village. He walked out of the village step by step. It seems that I have wasted too much time over the years. For the sake of my 7 sisters, Lin Tian has done a lot of things and developed a lot of power. But no matter what I do, it is all for the Lin family. Now that I have been cruelly abandoned by the Lin family, why not treat those who deserve to be treated well? Good people should be rewarded. I have to take back everything that belongs to me and reach the top step by step. As for Hu Tongtong's family, if they don't do something, there is no way their lives can improve. However, with so many things happening, if Lin Tian just gives them money, it definitely won't work. Looks like I need to continue doing something tonight. As he was thinking about it, Lin Tian took out his cell phone and made a call. I'll give you half an hour to find out which branch of the Crazy Dragon Society is doing loan sharking. Also, bring a few people over later. We'll have a good time tonight. Hang up the phone. Lin Tian looked at the bright moon in the sky. I will use practical actions to prove who is superior. Not long after, Lin Tian got into a black business car. The driver was a young man in his 30s with a resolute face, simple short hair and a cigarette in his mouth. Mr. Lin, I have been waiting for you for a long time. There were also several other burly brothers sitting inside. They looked intimidating without even getting angry, with a look of toughness written all over their faces. The driver's name is Pajuan, and he has followed Lin Tian for many years. He can also be regarded as Lin Tian's right-hand man. It's just that over the years he has basically been working for Lin Tian in secret, and everything he did was related to the Lin family. It was also him who called Lin Tian an hour earlier. Basically, he wanted to collect all kinds of information that Lin Tian wanted. At first he was a little confused and didn't know what was going on. It was not until I made some inquiries later that I found out that Lin Tian had already left the Lin family. For a family like that, Pajuan had been feeling dissatisfied for a long time. Now that Lin Tian had left the Lin family, the sea was wide enough for fish to leap and the sky was high enough for birds to fly. Lin Tian took a cigarette from him, glanced out the window and said, "Don't worry, I will lead my brothers to do something spectacular. Apart from anything else, Hua Cheng will definitely be trampled under our feet." Just a simple sentence, everyone including Pajuan felt their blood boiling. Soon the car arrived at the Black Dragon Club. Lin Tian has always been quite satisfied with Pajuan's work. It doesn't take too much complicated work to find out that the so-called Black Dragon Club is actually the branch of the Crazy Dragon Club responsible for loan sharking business. The entire Black Dragon Club occupies a very large area. The main building alone is 12 stories high. The overall decoration is magnificent, grand and luxurious. Inside the luxurious office on the top floor, the scarred man and others were wrapped in bandages, kneeling on the ground with bruised faces and noses. A man was lying in the boss chair, holding a cigar and puffing away. The man in front of me is about 35 years old. His face was full of determination, with a short beard on his chin and a tattoo of a dragon head with bared fangs and claws on his sturdy arms. This person is the person in charge of the Black Dragon Club Black Dragon. Brother Hailong, I don't know why Lin Tian suddenly came out. You know, we brothers are very efficient. Who knew that he suddenly got mad and beat all of us down the stairs? And I know a very important piece of news. It's just that Lin Tian is no longer a member of the Lin family. If we want to take action against him, I guess the Lin family won't say anything. Black Dragon's eyes lit up. There is such a thing. If that's the case, business might come knocking on the door soon. After listening to what the scarred man said, Hailong touched his chin, wondering whether he should contact Zhang Hao. But before long, his cell phone started ringing. "Brother Black Dragon, I'm Zhang Hao." As expected, there are such coincidences in this world. Just as I was about to doze off, someone brought me a pillow. Black Dragon couldn't help but raise a smile, and then said enthusiastically, "What do you say, Brother Zhang Hao?" Zhang Hao had just finished surgery, and the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, but he looked at his foot, which was in a plaster cast and hanging in the air. My face felt burning with pain when I thought about what Lin Tian had done to me. I just couldn't swallow the anger in my heart. Without any hesitation, he directly dialed Hailong's number. "Brother Black Dragon, help me kill this person." Chapter 7, You Trash, You Want to Kill Me? Even though Black Dragon already knew who he was going to deal with, but he still pretended to be surprised and asked, "Brother Zhang Hao, what's going on?" Zhang Hao didn't beat around the bush and said to Black Dragon directly, "The person I want you to deal with is Lin Tian. This guy has been expelled from the Lin family, and today he broke one of my knees. I don't care what method you use, I want you to cut off his limbs first, and then kill him directly. Money is fine. I'll give you 1 million. The smile on Black Dragon's face became even more proud. Then he said with a smile, "Brother Zhang Hao, this is against the law. If you want to do this, 1 million may not be enough, at least 1.5 million. Because the two of them were quite familiar with each other, Black Dragon did not hide anything. In addition, Lian Qian is no longer a member of the Lin family, so there is no need to worry too much. Zhang Hao increased his bet without hesitation. "Brother Black Dragon, I will give you 2 million, provided that you make a video call to me when you torture him. I want to see him being tortured clearly." Hearing this, Black Dragon was overjoyed. "Don't worry, Brother Zhang Hao, what's our relationship? Since Lin Tian has a conflict with you, I'll take his life for you. Lin Tian is no longer a member of the Lin family, so he has no worries. With 2 million, where can I find such a good business?" Zhang Hao said, "I don't want to wait too long. If possible, it would be best if you do it today. The sooner the better." Hai Long also wanted to earn the 2 million as soon as possible. Then he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Brother Zhang. It won't take long. Just wait and see. I'll call you when I get rid of this guy." Hang up the phone. Zhang Hao had a smug smile on his face. He gritted his teeth, but found that many of his teeth were broken after being slapped by Lin Tian. The severe pain made him even more dissatisfied. "Lin Tian, I want to see how you died this time." The scarred man also heard the phone call. In comparison, his injury was not so serious, and at this time he also took the initiative to say, "Brother Black Dragon, I will go with you to deal with Lin Tian later." Black Dragon waved his hand and prepared to gather people. But at this moment, there was a crisp knock on the door. Then the scantily clad female secretary walked in respectfully. "A man named Lin Tian came down from Black Dragon Brothers building and specifically wanted to see you." The scarred man then remembered that before leaving, Lin Tian did say that he would come and resolve the issue. "I didn't expect him to come so soon." Black Dragon stood up suddenly and laughed. "Is there such a coincidence in the world? We were just about to look for him, but this guy showed up at our door. Scar, go and bring that kid up here." Not long after, Lin Tian arrived at the office. After seeing the injured Scar man and others, Lin Tian then looked at the Black Dragon who was sitting in the chair in a very elegant manner. At this time, Lin Tian's expression was calm. Black Dragon put down his cigar and said calmly, "Lin Tian, you are looking for me." When he spoke, his eyes were full of contempt, as if he was looking down on others. Lin Tian's expression remained calm, and he said directly, "I came to you, Hu Jianjun, because of a family debt. I helped them pay it off." Black Dragon pretended to be ignorant and said, "Oh, there is such a thing. Scar, how much money does that family owe us?" Now young Master Lin Tian is ready to take on this debt himself. He clearly knew that Lin Tian was no longer a member of the Lin family, and he said this just to humiliate Lin Tian. Scar also answered, "The total amount including principal and interest is 500,000. Black Dragon thought for a moment, then said, 500,000, plus you injured 6 of us, I promise you 1 million, as long as you pay 1 million, this matter will be over. Otherwise." Lin Tian was expelled from the Lin family. According to Hai Long's understanding, under such circumstances, Lin Tian would definitely not be able to come up with so much money. 1 million, can you really ask for it? Black Dragon's face was full of playful expressions. He stared at Lin Tian, "Why can't you pay? If you can't pay, then this matter won't be so easy to resolve." I felt the Black Dragon's tone become fiercer. The scarred man also couldn't hold back and said, "Brother Black Dragon, why are you talking nonsense to him? Someone just spent 2 million to buy his life. Why don't we just go ahead and kill him?" Lin Tian was a little surprised that there was such a thing. After thinking about it, he asked, "Does Zhang Hao want you to kill me?" Black Dragon glared at the scarred man, as if he was unhappy with his sudden interruption. "I don't think I need to answer your question. They gave me 2 million. I just want 1 million from you. If you can't even give me 1 million, I'm sorry." Money? There are plenty of Lin Tians. But he didn't come here today to pay back the money. Sometimes violence can solve many problems. They have been harassing Hu Jianjun's family for so long, some things cannot be easily resolved. "Kill me, you guys want to kill me. Har ha 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 ha." Black Dragon suddenly laughed crazily, then stood up and said, "Lin Tian, do you really think that you are still the young master of the Lin family and can continue to cheat people under the Lin family's name? You're killing me. We don't have the strength to kill you. Are you kidding me?" As he spoke, Black Dragon's expression suddenly turned gloomy. "Someone, come and do it. Catch him and chop off all his hands and feet." As Black Dragon finished his words, 5 or 6 members of the Mad Dragon Society suddenly rushed out from outside the door. They were tall and strong with fierce looks on their faces. Moreover, the scarred man and others also looked fierce and stood up from the ground in unison. Nearly 10 people raised their fists and rushed directly towards Lin Tian. Compared to the scarred man and his gang, the few people who just rushed in are much stronger. Their movements were swift and fierce, and they targeted Lin Tian's vital parts, such as his head and heart. They were obviously professional thugs. Hai Long smiled and slowly picked up the cigar on the table. There is no need to make video calls. Anyway, there were surveillance cameras in his office, so he sent a surveillance video to Zhang Hao. Since the boss has given the money, He must make the other party satisfied. Just let him watch how I torture Lin Tian. Something seemed a bit strange on Zhang Hao's side. How come he responded so quickly? He tried to turn on the surveillance camera, and was surprised to find Lin Tian appeared on the screen. The heroes of the Mad Dragon Society waved their fists and rushed towards Lin Tian. Okay. It is indeed Brother Hailong. He is really efficient. It is really great to see such a scene. Zhang Hao couldn't help but shout, beat him hard, beat him to death. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's not talk about it anymore. There was a gleam in Lin Tian's eyes. He suddenly exerted force with his feet and jumped up. The next moment, his whole body was like a rock spreading its wings. Everyone came up waving their fists. But Lin Tian's movements were so fast that all their attacks missed. As he landed, Lin Tian moved his feet and began to spin rapidly. The next moment, a whip kick came out with the force of sweeping away thousands of troops. Bang, bang, bang. The movements are continuous and smooth. Just one kick. The few people who just rushed in were hit by the whip kick. Under the violent impact, they flew backwards like sandbags. Some of them bumped into the tables and chairs in the office, and were covered in blood. Two of them even smashed directly into the wall, blood spurting out. Lin Tian landed steadily and clapped his hands calmly. What is strength? This is strength. The scarred man had already rushed to the front, and when he saw the others being knocked away, he just stood there in a daze. Before he could react, a fist as big as a casserole hit his chest. With a big puff, blood spurted out. The scarred man's entire body slammed heavily into the wall like a cannonball. Their whole person seemed to be hanging on the wall and couldn't come down for a long time. Beating people is like hanging a painting. Zhang Hao was behind the screen. He was looking at the surveillance footage with his mouth wide open. You can even fit an egg in it. No way, when did this guy become so good at fighting? Hasn't he always been submissive? Normally, even if I bully him, he wouldn't. This is hell. Then Zhang Hao quickly sent a message. Brother Black Dragon, will there be any problem? Black Dragon was also a little surprised at Lin Tian's performance, but he reacted quickly. You are really good at fighting, no wonder you are so arrogant and dare to come here alone. But I have plenty of people here. It's a piece of cake to deal with scum like you. Anyway, Zhang Hao could hear what he said, so Black Wolf took a leisurely puff of his cigar and said coldly. Superior. The words haven't finished yet. Two tall thugs came back behind the door, roaring angrily. He leaped over like a ferocious beast and headed straight for Lin Tian. In comparison, these two men were much stronger. They moved very quickly, as if they had just appeared at the door and then rushed in. On the surveillance screen, Zhang Hao seemed to only see two after images. Black Dragon said proudly, we are two retired Special Forces soldiers. I want to see how you die this time. Seeing this, Zhang Hao's anxious heart slowly relaxed. It's okay, with Brother Black Dragon's help, there will be no problem this time. However, Black Dragon had just finished speaking. There were dull collision sounds and screams coming from the office. Under the incredulous look of Hailong, Lin Tian moved like lightning. He faced the two bodyguards head-on and attacked with both fists. Fists pounded on their chests. With just one punch, the two bodyguards' figures seemed to freeze. Then, a lot of blood spurted out of their mouths. His entire body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. There was a loud boom-boom sound, and the two men broke the cabinet, making a mess. The two men wanted to stand up, but as soon as they struggled, large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of their mouths. His eyes went dark and he fainted. The sudden scene made both Hailong at the scene and Zhang Hao behind the screen feel extremely terrified and shocked, and they were completely stunned. The whole process took less than 2 minutes, and Lin Tian had defeated more than a dozen people. He clapped his hands lightly and walked towards Hailong's desk calmly. So this is the limited strength of the people in your crazy dragon society. That's it, you still want to kill me. Lin Tian walked to the front of the table. He directly picked up a cigar from the box and lit it, his contempt was so obvious. But just as Lin Tian picked up the lighter, Black Dragon's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. Then a roar came out of his mouth. Why are you being so arrogant in my territory? Go to hell. As he spoke, a cold light flashed. It turned out that the Black Dragon was holding a sharp dagger in his hand. Aim at Lin Tian's heart and stab it hard. But since Lin Tian dared to come here, he would not be afraid of these things.
Before the knife even reached him, Lin Tian already grabbed an ashtray in his hand. Bang! I have to say, the quality of this ashtray is really good.
The black dragon's head was split open, and his whole body trembled violently as if it had been electrocuted. Bright red blood flowed down his forehead, and his face was covered in blood. As for the ashtray, there was nothing wrong with it.
Zhang Hao, who was still watching the surveillance video at this time, felt unprecedented fear.
This was the first time he had seen such a bloody and violent scene.
And the creator of these pictures is Lin Tian. An ominous premonition jumped out of his heart. Finished.
If Black Dragon gave himself away, everything would be over.
Chapter 8, The Strategy of Alienation. So much has happened and the cigar hasn't even been lit yet.
Lin Tian raised his cigar, and the black dragon with a split head was stunned for a moment, then he trembled and picked up the lighter to help Lin Tian light it. A puff of smoke blew directly onto the black dragon's bloody face.
Now can we talk?
I've seen Lin Tian's violent fighting power.
How dare Black Dragon say no?
At this moment, he felt that the person standing in front of him was a god of death. Even if Black Dragon did it 100 times, he would never have thought that the young master of the Lin family would be so strong and brave. This is completely different from my own understanding. It was as if a huge wave was rising in my heart.
Brother Chen, let's talk.
How do you want to talk? Lin Tian smoked his cigar in a casual manner, and then said calmly, what about Hu Jianjun's family's account? If the Black Dragon still couldn't react at this time, it would be really stupid. Without hesitation, he said, Brother Chen, let's write off that account. You useless people, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and bring the bill over. The Black Dragon roared like this, and soon after, he brought over an IOU. Lin Tian put it in his pocket. Do you think this matter is so easy to solve? Hei Long was very tactful and opened the drawer of his desk, directly handed over a bank card, and said respectfully, Brother Chen, there is 1 million in this card. It is my compensation to their family over the years. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. This was an easy solution. The second thing. Hei Long knew that this matter was not so easy to resolve. After all, he had said some things that he shouldn't have said before taking action. But now Zhang Hao is also checking the surveillance here. At this moment, Zhang Hao couldn't help but shiver all over. It's over. If Black Dragon really gives himself away, then. But at this time, Zhang Hao had no way to stop anything.
The next second, Lin Tian asked, Did Zhang Hao ask you to deal with me?
Hei Long and Zhang Hao have always only dealt in monetary transactions.
Now that his life is threatened, how could he hide anything?
Especially when he felt Lin Tian's murderous gaze, Black Dragon couldn't stop trembling all over.
That's right, Brother Chen, it was that kid Zhang Hao who asked me to deal with you.
He said you broke his knee and it would cost me 2 million, and he asked me to buy your hands, feet and...
Lin Tian asked back, and my life?
The Black Dragon gritted his teeth and nodded.
Zhang Hao, who was behind the screen, couldn't stop shaking all over.
Lin Tian looked at the Black Dragon with a smile. Black Dragon only felt that Lin Tian's face was full of indifference. What did this smile contain? He had no idea. Tell me, how do you want to solve this problem?
Lin Tian asked.
In fact, Black Dragon suffered such a big loss, he must want to take revenge on Lin Tian. What he wants to do now is to sell Zhang Hao out first. With so many brothers in his crazy dragon society, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Lin Tian? Brother Tian, if you have anything to say, just say it.
This is my fault, I kneel down for you.
As he spoke, Black Dragon knelt down without hesitation and said with sincerity on his face. Okay, Brother Tian, since Zhang Hao wants to deal with you, I will help you deal with him. What do you want me to do? I help you cut off his hands and feet. Zhang Hao behind the screen was so frightened when he heard this that he couldn't help but yell.
Hei Long, are you fucking crazy?
You took so much money from me, and you still want to deal with me. High tech.
Lin Tian heard Zhang Hao's voice coming from the surveillance camera.
It was unexpected, but also expected. Then he looked at the camera and said cold words.
Zhang Hao, you have been against me time and again.
I have to consider whether I can spare your life. Hei Long immediately volunteered after hearing this, Brother Chen, if you want to deal with him, just come to me. I won't charge you any money and I will definitely help you deal with him.
Lin Tian shook his head and said, "No need. Always remember one sentence. When a person kneels down to you, you never know what he might be planning in his mind."
Lin Tian never thought that Black Dragon would let him go easily, and of course he had no intention of letting Black Dragon go. But now is not the time.
Turn off the surveillance. You piece of crap, why don't you turn off the surveillance right away? The Black Dragon roared.
The frightened female secretary quickly ran in and turned off the surveillance.
With a crackling sound,
their whole screen went black. But the more this happened, the more frightened Zhang Hao felt. At this moment he felt himself trapped in endless darkness. Lin Tian smoked a cigar and sat back on the sofa. Then he stared at the Black Dragon kneeling on the ground.
"Do you think I will believe you? You said you wanted to deal with Zhang Hao, but actually you wanted to deal with the Lin family.
Your Guanglong society will not allow you to be an enemy of the Lin family." Black Dragon's thoughts were seen through, and he looked embarrassed. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Chen, that's not right. If you just say one word, even if you want to kill him now, I will go over and chop him off for you." Not in a hurry, Lin Tian checked the time and then asked, "Tell me, what's going on?
I want to know everything clearly. Tell me everything you know."
Originally, there was a chance to ask Hu Jianjun for clarification, but with the return of Hu Tongtong, Lin Tian was also kicked out. "You said that with Hailong's business being so big, he would have time to deal with an ordinary citizen. It would obviously be impossible without Zhang Hao's instructions." Seeing Hailong's hesitant expression, Lin Tian said directly, "Don't think about hiding it from me.
Since Zhang Hao was able to find you to kill me, maybe you two have had contact before. You'd better tell me the truth, otherwise."
The Black Dragon hesitated. "Anyway, I have already sold out Zhang Hao, so there is no need to hide anything anymore. It's like this, Brother Chen.
Zhang Hao introduced Hu Jianjun and the others to me.
He asked me to lend them 100,000 yuan. Everything that happened afterwards was." Although Hailong spoke haltingly, it was likely that something would happen to Lin Tian, as everything was planned by Zhang Hao. It's not that smart, as he relies on his aunt being Zhang Shuyan. Zhang Hao stole antiques and forced Hu Jianjun and his family to leave. Later, he set his sights on Hu Tongtong, and wanted to use various coercive methods to make Hu Tongtong submit. But I didn't expect that Hu Jianjun and his family were also very hardworking. Even if the money was difficult to repay, they would pay it back. That's why it became worse. Fortunately, I bumped into him today, otherwise I really don't know how serious the situation would have been." Lin Tian said calmly, "So are you going to call for help now, or will you settle the score with me later? The so-called Black Dragon Club is just a branch of the Mad Dragon Club. If Black Dragon called other people over, or reported the matter to the Mad Dragon Society headquarters, Lin Tian would face even more terrifying blows." Hailong shook his head and said, "No, Brother Chen, how dare I deal with you? I've already said that as long as Brother Chen tells me to do something, I'll do anything." Lin Tianshun said, "Well, since you just said you can deal with Zhang Hao, how about this, go over and cut off one of his hands for me." The strategy of sowing discord. Hailong originally just wanted to delay time, but he didn't expect Lin Tian to really say that.
"If I did this, I would undoubtedly be an enemy of the Lin family.
But if you don't do it, the problem in front of you cannot be solved."
"Okay, I promise."
As he spoke, Black Dragon also roared and gave orders. "Hurry up and find someone. Arrange 2 smart people to go to the hospital.
Cut off Zhang Hao's hand for me."
Chapter 9, the Lin family's orders began to decrease, resulting in a loss of tens of millions. Lin Ruo Lan returned home angrily and went to Lin Ao Xue's room without saying a word. As soon as she pushed the door open, she said very dissatisfiedly, "I can't do this, big sister." Lin Ao Xue was also very troubled at this time. In recent years, the Lin Group has developed very rapidly, and orders have been coming in like snowflakes. That's why they were able to rise in such a short time. But for some reason, I suddenly received several calls today, and those partners said they wanted to cancel the cooperation.
Even if it means paying liquidated damages, I will do it at all costs.
If these orders were cancelled, the loss would be at least tens of millions, not to mention the extra money. What Lin Ao Xue didn't know was that all these things were ordered by Pajuan. Pajuan already knew that Lin Tian had been kicked out of the family, and he heard Lin Tian say in person that he didn't need to investigate anything anymore and didn't need to do anything for the Lin family anymore. That was in order to take care of the orders for the Lin family's business.
It's better to cancel immediately. He saw Lin Ruo Lan walking in angrily. Lin Ao Xue also frowned and asked, "What's going on? Didn't I ask you to go over and have a talk with Lin Tian?" Lin Ruo Lan sat down. "I want to talk to him, I even want to help him, but do you know what he said? He actually asked me to apologize to two dirty people." As he talked, Lin Ruo Lan became a little aggrieved. When have I ever felt so wronged? Lin Ao Xue was a little confused. What's going on? Are your hands and feet unclean? Lin Ruo Lan replied, "Isn't it the family that worked in our house before? I think his last name is Hu or something. Big sister, let me tell you, that kid Lin Tian is absolutely crazy. I was at the scene just now. I watched him beat up several thugs and they were covered in blood." When Lin Ao Xue heard Lin Ruo Lan's words, the expression on her face also changed. Is this all true? But Lin Ruo Lan said that he saw it with his own eyes, so how could it be true or false? Lin Ruo Lan then sighed. Although she was very angry, she couldn't help but speak. "Sister, do you think we were too cruel this time? I feel like Lin Tian got irritated, so he went crazy. He has offended those thugs from the Mad Dragon Society. He is in a desperate situation. If this continues, he will most likely end up dead on the street." After all, Lin Ruo Lan still felt a little concerned. But Lin Ao Xue gritted her teeth and said calmly, "I've already said it. From now on, no matter what happens to Lin Tian, it will no longer have anything to do with our family." Just at this moment, Lin Ruo Lan received a call. Although Lin Ruo Lan left the scene angrily, she couldn't help but tell her two men about the situation of keeping an eye on Lin Tian. As soon as the phone was connected, the subordinate replied, "Officer Lin, something bad has happened. I just saw Lin Tian walking towards the Black Dragon Club." What? Lin Ruo Lan said she couldn't accept it. I didn't expect that Lin Tian could be so crazy. The person who just injured someone else is now going straight to the Black Dragon Club. Isn't this courting death? But she couldn't make up her mind about these things, so she could only look at Lin Ao Xue and ask, "Sister, do we want it?" Lin Ao Xue rubbed his temple and replied with a straight face, "This is his own fault. It has nothing to do with us. Since he thinks he can solve it, let him solve it himself. And I'll say this one last time, I don't want to hear that name anymore, whether at home or anywhere else in the office. I have something else to deal with, please go out." Lin Ruo Lan wanted to say something else. But seeing her elder sister's firm attitude, how could she dare to say anything more? Before the call was hung up, the subordinate asked, "Officer Lin, should we go in?" But with the development of the times, these so-called underground forces have packaged themselves as regular companies. Even if they are police officers, it will be of no avail if they do not have the relevant documents. Lin Ruo Lan thought for a moment and said, "No need. You guys stay at the scene and watch while I go over and take a look." Huacheng Central Hospital. Zhang Hao called a nurse to change his wet pants and mattress. He was trembling with fear throughout the whole process, especially after Black Dragon finally exposed himself. An unprecedented fear enveloped him completely. When did Lin Tian become so good at fighting? If this is the case, how should I solve it? Hailong finally said that he wanted to turn against him and fight against him instead. Feeling extremely confused, he quickly called his sister. "Sister, you must save me." Zhang Qian also felt a little confused when she received a call from her brother. "You're recovering in the hospital, why are you calling me so suddenly?" Zhang Hao was trembling as he spoke. "Something happened, Lin Tian has gone crazy. He is now looking for the Black Dragon from the Mad Dragon Society to deal with me, and he even said he would chop off my hands and feet." What? Zhang Qian also found it hard to accept this after hearing this. How is that possible? She still had doubts about this kind of thing. Even if Lin Tian got angry and injured his brother, he would still find people from the Mad Dragon Society to deal with his brother. Does he have money? That's impossible. Don't let your imagination run wild. He is just a dirty bug on the street after he left the Lin family. How can he have the strength to deal with you? No. Zhang Hao stammered, "I asked Hei Long to deal with him, but I saw clearly on the surveillance that Lin Tian injured all of them. Even Hei Long was blasted in the head by his ashtray." What? There is such a thing? Hearing this, Zhang Qian found it even more incredible. How is that possible? How could that loser have such fighting power?
It's already this late, but Zhang Qian is still questioning. Zhang Hao was about to collapse. Sister, don't worry about it. Help me figure out how to solve the problem. It would be best to contact my aunt and cousin right away. That kid is crazy. Lin Tian is crazy. He really can do anything. Zhang Hao said this, and Zhang Qian also expressed her belief. At last. Even Zhang Qian herself became a little nervous. Okay, don't worry, I'll contact cousin Lin right away. It should be fine. Only after hanging up the phone did Zhang Hao feel relieved. But the stone in his heart has not yet fallen to the ground. There were hurried footsteps coming from outside the corridor. He wanted to struggle. But one of his legs was broken and he was hanging in the air on the bed. How could he move? The next moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. Then several members of the Crazy Dragon Society dressed in black appeared. Zhang Hao felt something was wrong and said tremblingly, "Brother, did you make a mistake? I can give you the money." But these members of the Crazy Dragon Society only followed orders. They only took a look at the name on the bedside and knew they had made the right choice. Then these burly men came over with big strides. Two burly men held down Zhang Hao's body, and then placed his right hand on the cabinet beside the bed. A cold light flashed inside the ward, and then a half-meter-long machete appeared in front of him. Zhang Hao wants to call. But a hand as big as a sunflower fan covered his mouth tightly. Cry to the sky and the earth, but no one will answer. Puff. Blood splattered and a palm was cut off directly. Watching his own blood spurting out like a fountain. How could Zhang Hao accept it? His eyes went dark and he fainted. Chapter 10: A Massacre. Xiangyang Village. It didn't take long for Hu Jianjun and Tang Mailin to tell their daughter the whole story. Although they didn't know what had happened before, one thing was certain. Lin Tian has now been kicked out of the Lin family. When Hu Tongtong heard this, she was completely overwhelmed. Looking back, if it weren't for Lin Tian, his father and mother might have been driven to a dead end by Scar and others. Thinking of this, she felt a little guilty, especially since she had the same attitude towards Lin Tian just now. Yes. My parents are right. The disgusting ones have never been Lin Tian, but those members of the Lin family. What did he say when I finally kicked him out the door? Lin Tian said he would help us solve the debt problem. He wouldn't go to find Scar Man and the others alone, would he? Thinking of this, Hu Tongtong was also very worried. He finally found Lin Tian's phone number and called him without saying a word. Lin Tian felt a little strange when he saw the strange call, but he still answered it. I am Lin Tian. Hu Tongtong said anxiously, Brother Tian. You finally answered my call. I misunderstood you, I shouldn't have said those words. Hu Tongtong was a little anxious, and then asked, Brother Tian, where are you now? Now the problem is being solved in the Black Dragon Club, but Lin Tian can't tell Hu Tongtong about these things. After thinking for a while, he said, It's okay, Tongtong, don't worry. Wait for me, I'll be back after I've sorted things out. Why isn't Hu Tongtong anxious? Thinking that if it was because of me that Lin Tian was driven to his doom, I would probably be trapped in endless guilt for the rest of my life. Brother Tian, tell me where you are and don't do anything stupid. I'll come find you right away. Lin Tian thought about it, but didn't say anything. Finally, he replied, I'm at the Black Dragon Club in the west of the city, but you don't have to rush over. Come over in half an hour. It would take time for Hu Tongtong to get here from Xiangyang village even if she took a taxi. Lin Tian just kept talking on the phone quietly. As for Hailong and others, they also knelt on the ground respectfully, not daring to say a word or even breathe. Soon, the bag containing Zhang Hao's palm appeared in front of Lin Tian. Due to time constraints, Lin Tian hasn't even finished smoking a cigar. He also expressed satisfaction with such performance. Brother Black Dragon, I didn't expect that you guys are quite efficient. The Black Dragon was extremely confused at this time. By doing this, he would undoubtedly represent the Crazy Dragon Society in declaring war on the Lin family. If someone wants to investigate, then what about the Crazy Dragon Society, or Lord Long? In short, I am in a dilemma. But this god of death is still here. The Black Dragon gave a bitter smile and looked at Lin Tian with a flattering expression. Brother Tian, if you are still satisfied, please see. His meaning was very clear. Anyway, I had told him everything now, cut off Zhang Hao's hand, and promised that I would never target Hu Jianjun's family again. He thought to himself that after all he had done, Lin Tian would eventually leave. Why are you so anxious for me to leave? No, no, no. Black Dragon smiled flatteringly and said, if Brother Qian is willing, I will arrange a private room for you. You can choose any girl in our club and drink any good wine. Snort. Lin Tian snorted coldly. He had no interest in these things. Suddenly, the female secretary at the door came in and said, Brother Black Dragon, this is bad. We've been robbed. Several experts came downstairs and started fighting and killing anyone they saw. Now it's a mess. Everything was done by Pajuan. The matter had been discussed before Lin Tian came in. Lin Tian was still upstairs solving a problem, so Po Jun was waiting to receive news from Lin Tian. Without saying a word, they strode into the Black Dragon Club. Under the management of Pajuan and others, all the guests were driven away. Then, he locked the doors of the club one by one. Then, he attacked without hesitation. All kinds of dull collision sounds, screams, and wails echoed in the Black Dragon Club. If they take action, they will be unstoppable and invincible. Black Dragon frowned, what's going on? Then he looked at Lin Tian in front of him, as if he understood everything. Lin Tian did everything. We can talk about whatever Brother Qian wants. Why do you want? Why? Lin Tian stood up, looked down at the Black Dragon and spoke coldly. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. As long as I leave here today, you have plenty of ways to deal with me, or my Uncle Hu's family. I don't like to leave any tails. Everything is done in a neat and tidy manner. This is what the world is like. Some bad people may change once they realize their mistakes. But there are a large number of people who will become even more aggressive later on because you let them go this time. Because he is lucky. Lin Tian couldn't allow himself to make such a low-level mistake, so both Black Dragon and his men must die. When Hailong heard this, he was a little overwhelmed to react. Even though Lin Tian now has some strength and is good at boxing and kicking, and he has even become a practicing martial artist, he is still a person who was kicked out of his family. How capable can a former young master be? What's the use of having powerful hands and feet? It's all about power. Impossible. Impossible. The Black Dragon endured the severe pain. Without caring whether Lin Tian would stop him, he struggled to stand up and walked out. Standing on the top floor, he looked down and his forehead was instantly covered with sweat the size of soybeans. His mouth opened wide, and he seemed to have seen an incredible scene. Although there were only a few people who came, his men were able to fight against the masters in front of them. There is no ability to fight back at all. It was almost a scream, and then his men flew backwards like sandbags. Various sounds rang out. The scene was almost littered with corpses. Those masters were covered in blood and murderous intent, killing their way up. At this moment, the Black Dragon seemed to see several surer evil spirits crawling out of the abyss of hell. Wherever he passed, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Black Dragon was frightened silly, and the others were also stunned, with their mouths open. No matter how they thought about it, they could never have imagined that something like this would happen today. In their view, they had only done a trivial thing. They have no idea how many people like Hu Jianjun they have to deal with every year. But unexpectedly, this would bring him fatal disaster. These people must have been brought here by Lin Tian. This is too powerful. Just a few people took care of all their hundreds of people at the scene. Moreover, Pajuan and others became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and they pushed forward all their way. At this moment, Black Dragon felt unprecedented panic. He staggered to the ground, then lay on the ground looking at Lin Tian. You, who are you? Hailong originally thought that after Lin Tian was kicked out of the Lin family, he was just a stray dog. But everything that happened tonight made him feel wrong. He was wrong, completely wrong. From the moment Lin Tian entered the door, he was not walking into a trap, he was preparing for a massacre. Lin Tian showed a sunny smile and said, "Who am I? I am Lin Tian. Didn't you just say you wanted to teach me a lesson? And then you called me Brother Tian. Why don't you recognize me now?" As he spoke, Lin Tian walked towards the Black Dragon step by step. An intense fear came over him, and the Black Dragon felt his entire body surrounded by coldness. You are going too far, Lin Tian. Tell your men to stop immediately, or I will shoot you and teach you a lesson. It is impossible for you to say that Hailong has no plan for revenge. You see, he even has a pistol hidden on his body, and the black hole is directly facing Lin Tian. But Black Dragon didn't even have the chance to pull the trigger, as Lin Tian moved over like lightning. A big hand suddenly grabbed the gun. As the palm exerted force, a harsh sound of metal friction was heard. Bang! Heihu's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that what was happening before him was real. Lin Tian actually squeezed a pistol into an iron ball. Brother Tian! Lord Tian! Didn't I tell you everything? These things were all Zhang Hao's idea. I also cut off Zhang Hao's hand according to your instructions. This matter has nothing to do with us. I promise you that if you stop now, neither I nor the Crazy Dragon Society will retaliate against you and will never cause you any trouble. Black Dragon felt cold sweat all over his body, and his clothes were soaked. If he did not surrender at this time, only death would greet him. I have never seen such a fierce battle. This was beyond his understanding of strength. If this was the case, he could only beg for mercy. Lin Tian smiled. I still say the same thing. I don't like to leave any trouble. Besides, it's you who have to deal with Zhang Hao. It has nothing to do with me. While speaking, Lin Tian suddenly attacked. With the sound of bones breaking, Black Dragon's arm was twisted and broken, like a twisted dough stick. Arr! A scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard. But Lin Tian's expression remained calm. He stretched out his hand and broke his other arm. The pain was so severe that Black Dragon's facial features were distorted. At this time, the Black Dragon roared again, Lin Tian, you are fucking crazy. I am from the Crazy Dragon Society, how dare you attack me? If you kill me today, Lord Long will definitely not let you go. By then there will be no place for you in Huacheng. There was no point in giving in, so Black Dragon thought of threatening him. Normally, ordinary people would be terrified when they hear about the Mad Dragon Society. But the person he was facing was Lin Tian. The Crazy Dragon Society is nothing. The words haven't finished yet. Lin Tian slapped out with one palm, aiming directly at the Black Dragon's chest. A large amount of blood spurted out from the Black Dragon's mouth. Then his whole body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Boom! Falling from such a height. The Black Dragon's entire body was smashed into a bloody mess, like a meat patty. Die, can't die again. Chapter 11, Convincing Others with Reason in Everything. Lin Ruo Lan was driven out of the Lin family villa. To be honest, she was still very anxious. These so-called underground forces are ruthless and cannibalistic. Lin Tian had offended them, and now he had broken into the Black Dragon Club alone. According to normal people's understanding, dying 100 times is not enough. On the way, one of his subordinates called and reported the situation on the scene. Officer Lin doesn't know why the guests of the Black Dragon Club have been kicked out. It seems something happened inside. Should we go in? After all, the Black Dragon Club occupies a very large area and has a large gate outside. There are several doors inside. With Po Jun added to the mix, if they take action, there will definitely be no consequences. Even if there was, because of the special sound insulation of the club, they outside would have no idea what was happening inside. An ominous premonition emerged from the depths of Lin Ruo Lan's heart. She frowned and said, "Don't be impulsive for now, wait for me to come over." Inside the Black Dragon Club. With the death of Black Dragon, the scene fell into deathly silence. Po Jun and his men were covered in blood. Just like a Shura Yaksha that reaps human lives. There is such a terrifying god of war here. Those who were not injured are now kneeling on the ground trembling with fear, waiting for trial. Before Lin Tian could speak, Po Jun glanced at his phone and said, "Mr. Lin, there are police officers outside. According to our observation, those two people should be your fourth sister." While speaking, Po Jun paused and changed his words, "It should be Lin Ruo Lan's men. And we have already monitored that Lin Ruo Lan is also on his way here." Lin Tian chuckled. "What are you rushing here for?" "To collect the bodies." "Po Jun. Can I leave this to you?" Lin Tian didn't have so much time to deal with it on the spot. "So it's better to leave these things to Po Jun." Po Jun nodded and said, "No problem at all, Mr. Lin, just leave this matter to me." Lin Tian patted his shoulder and said, "This name is too ugly. Change it to another name in the future." Needless to say, what Lin Tian meant was that the Black Dragon Club no longer existed. Even if this is not the territory of the Mad Dragon Society, from today on this is their territory. Hearing this, Pajuan and the others also grinned. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin Tian scratched his head helplessly and said, Okay, Pajuan, you don't have to call me Mr. Lin anymore. Why don't you just call me Brother Chen? If it were anyone else, there would be no way to clean up the mess. But with Pajuan here, Lin Chen is not worried at all. Having already received the IOU and it not being too late, Lin Chen was thinking about going back quickly to share the good news with Hu Jianjun. Hu Tongtong was also very successful in getting a taxi to the scene. After all, they have lived in Huacheng for such a long time, and they have heard all kinds of news about the Mad Dragon Society. If Lin Chen was in dire straits because he had to help his family with their debt problem. What should I do then? I finally met Lin Chen. I shouldn't have said those words. When Hu Tongtong arrived at the scene, he found the door locked and saw an acquaintance. Lin Ruo Lan, it's you? Because Hu Tongtong heard that Lin Chen was kicked out of the Lin family. In addition, her family had ended up in its current situation because of the Lin family, so Hu Tongtong was subconsciously full of hostility when she saw Lin Ruo Lan. Lin Ruo Lan still looked superior. Seeing Hu Tongtong's expression, he also looked a little contemptuous. What do you want to do here? Do you know? Because of your family, if Lin Chenny goes crazy, not only himself, but also your family will be dragged into a desperate situation. Hu Tongtong glared at him. I learned a lot of information from my parents. We are just lowly people, so please don't worry about us, fourth miss. No matter what happens to Brother Chen or our family, it has nothing to do with you. Lin Ruo Lan felt a surge of anger in her chest. Why did these people speak so harshly? I am the one who is superior, so why do they look down on me? The two men also asked, Officer Lin, do we want to do it now? No one called the police and there was no evidence of what happened inside. The door of the Black Dragon Club is now closed, and there will be no way out for them if they rush in rashly. Hu Tongtong was also anxious. She tried to call Lin Chen, but no matter how many times she called, no one answered. After thinking about it, she walked straight to the door. Seeing this, Lin Ruo Lan frowned and shouted. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You must know what the Black Dragon Club is, right? The base of underground forces is a den of dragons and tigers. It's hard to say whether Lin Chen can get out of this by himself. If Hu Tongtong also walked in at this time, wouldn't that be seeking death? Hu Tongtong paused for a moment, obviously a little scared, but then a sound came out of her mouth. Clear. Brother Chen knows exactly what is inside. Now Brother Chen broke in alone because of our family. How can I watch him fall into danger? Although Hu Tongtong is just an ordinary person. But she also knew about the conditions proposed by Scarman and his men. If all else fails, I'll just use myself in exchange for Lin Chen coming out. Lin Ruo Lan saw Hu Tongtong's resolute back. Their whole person expressed that it was even more difficult to understand, and at the same time said angrily. Crazy, crazy, all crazy, everyone wants to die, right? But at this moment, the outermost door opened with a creaky sound. Then Lin Qian's handsome figure appeared in everyone's eyes. When Hu Tongtong saw Lin Qian, she felt a myriad of emotions surge in her heart. At this moment, she could no longer control herself and took a step forward. Their whole person rushed forward like the wind. Brother Qian, are you okay? Although Lin Qian also took action at the scene, compared with Pajuan and the others, he did not have any blood on his body. Just clean it briefly before coming out. Feeling Hu Tongtong's warm and soft body, Lin Qian also felt as if his heart was hit by something. Hu Tongtong couldn't control her tears and burst out. There was a constant woo-woo sound coming from his mouth. Brother Qian, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let you come over. It's all my fault. Lin Qian also subconsciously raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, then reached out and rubbed Hu Tongtong's head. Silly girl, what does this have to do with you? Since I have said that I will help you solve the problem, I will definitely do everything beautifully. Just now at their house, Hu Tongtong was very confused and had a small conflict with me. I guess Hu Jianjun and Tang Mailin had said something to her, so now the two of them have reconciled. Lin Ruo Lan found it unbelievable that Lin Qian appeared. How is that possible? He walked in openly and is now walking out openly. Could it be that the people in the Black Dragon Club are really vegetarians? It shouldn't be. According to their understanding, the methods used by these underground forces are very dark. Lin Tian was able to walk out intact. Hu Tongtong also choked up and asked again, "Brother Qian, did they embarrass you?" Lin Tian patted Hu Tongtong on the back and then said with a smile, "No, everyone is reasonable. I explained the whole thing to them, using both emotion and reason to persuade them. In the end, they returned the IOU to me." As he said that, Lin Tian took out their family's IOU from his pocket. What a good way to persuade people with emotion and reason. It's all about convincing people with reason, but this reason is the reason that Lin Tian believes in. Lin Ruo Lan couldn't help but ask, "Lin Tian, are you okay?" Lin Tian naturally noticed Lin Ruo Lan, which was why he came out. In order to resist Lin Ruo Lan, we must buy time for Pajuan to deal with the scene. "Hey, isn't this our police officer Lin, the fourth daughter of the Lin family? Why, you really want something to happen to me?" The person in the accident was not Lin Tian, but Zhang Hao, who was lying on the hospital bed. Zhang Qian explained the matter to Zhang Xueyin, and then the two of them hurried to the hospital. By the time they pushed open the door of the ward, both women couldn't help but let out a sharp sound. What on earth is going on? Chapter 12, all past grudges are resolved and they meet again after a long separation. Lin Ao Xue's side. Originally, because several partners cancelled their cooperation, the Lin family had already lost tens of millions of orders. At this moment, my mother actually called and said, "Something happened at the hospital again." There was no other way, Lin Ao Xue could only rush to the hospital. But unexpectedly, the place where the mother called herself was an operating room. The red light above the operating room was still on, and the big words, "in surgery," were particularly eye-catching. As soon as she saw Lin Ao Xue, Zhang Qian seemed to collapse. "Mr. Lin. Lin Tian is crazy. He actually asked the people from the Crazy Dragon Society to deal with Xiao Hao, and even chopped off Xiao Hao's hand." Thinking of the scene they had just seen, he felt his stomach churning. Such a bloody scene. It's like it's engraved in my mind and can't be erased. Zhang Xueyin's lips moved, and she felt a little bit unacceptable. Lin Ao Xue just felt a little pain in her head. What's going on? Why is the Crazy Dragon Society involved again? And why did my cousin's hand get chopped off by someone? Zhang Qian cried and said, "This is it, Mr. Lin. Xiao Hao called me just now and said that Lin Tian found Black Dragon from the Mad Dragon Society. He wants Black Dragon to come over and chop off Xiao Hao's hand. Lin Tian did everything. This guy is now a complete lunatic." Zhang Qian told the whole story hesitantly. Of course, he avoided talking about Zhang Hao going to find Hailong to deal with Lin Tian. It seemed as if everything was done by Lin Tian alone. Lin Ao Xue recalled it and felt that this was simply impossible. Because she had just met her fourth sister not long ago, and at that time Lin Ruo Lan was talking about Lin Tian beating up several thugs from the Mad Dragon Society. Under such circumstances, it is hard to say whether Lin Tian can survive now. How could he call Black Dragon to deal with Zhang Hao? Impossible. Lin Ao Xue spoke directly. "As far as I know, Lin Tian is in a difficult situation right now. At this time, will Guanlong let him go easily? How can he possibly get them to come and deal with his cousin?" According to Lin Ao Xue's understanding, Lin Tian has neither money nor power. After being kicked out of the Lin family, without any capital at all, how could he accomplish all this under such circumstances? Zhang Qian didn't know how to answer. She couldn't just tell him all the ridiculous things her brother had done. Zhang Xueyin said as soon as she moved her mouth, "Ao Xue, what do you mean? Could it be that we would lie to you? Xiao Hao just called Qian Qian and said that Lin Tian might deal with him. We just arrived at the hospital and saw this. If it wasn't Lin Tian who did this, do you think it could have been done by someone else?" Lin Ao Xue was skeptical about this. After all, her cousin relied on her mother as a backer. He usually uses the Lin family's name when he goes out, and is very ostentatious. It is hard to say who might be offended. But now her mother has been questioning her, and Zhang Qian is also crying. Lin Ao Xue reached out and rubbed her head. Okay, I get it. Fourth sister should know where Lin Tian is now. I'll call her right now. Having said that, Lin Ao Xue dialed Lin Ruo Lan's number. "Ruo Lan, what's going on over there?" Lin Ruo Lan was almost driven to death by Lin Tian. She had come out of the Lin family villa because she was worried about his safety. But I didn't expect that after I arrived at the scene, Lin Tian was not grateful at all. When she received a call from her eldest sister, she replied angrily. Big sister, you are right. I shouldn't care so much. I just. Hearing this, Lin Ao Xue's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lin Tian encountered some danger? The tone seemed a little off. Just tell me what happened. Lin Ruo Lan had no idea what was going on. Now the Black Dragon Club had reopened its doors. But they didn't have a search warrant and had no way to go in and check. Moreover, Lin Tian's few words had already made her very angry. It's okay, your brother is fine. After saying this, Lin Ruo Lan felt that she had said something wrong, and then added. Lin Tian is fine. He's holding it now. Where are you now? Lin Ao Xue thought about it and decided to briefly tell her about the situation at the hospital. Forget it, come back first and come to their hospital. Xiaohao's hand was chopped off. It is said that it was done by the Black Dragon of the Mad Dragon Society. What? Hear the news. Lin Ruo Lan became nervous. In this situation, she didn't have time to talk too much nonsense with Lin Tian. He called his two men to leave the scene in a hurry. After such a long time, Hu Tongtong was still unwilling to leave Lin Tian's arms. With such a warm and soft body in his arms, and the girl having developed so well in the past few years, even Lin Tian couldn't help but have some reaction. Then he pushed Hu Tongtong away awkwardly and said. Now that the matter has been resolved and we have the IOU, how about we go back first? Hu Tongtong also reacted immediately and said anxiously, yes, we do have to go back. This is not a good place. If they rush out, we can't escape. Lin Tian chuckled. I don't think so. I've already explained everything to them. This matter is resolved. They won't come out again. Black Dragon and the others are now in heaven, and if they rush out, it would be a strange event. Pajuan left a car at the scene, and Lin Tian drove Hu Tongtong away directly. On the way, Hu Tongtong had a lot of questions. Didn't they say that the Lin family had already kicked Lin Tian out? This car looks valuable. What exactly happened in recent years? Why was Lin Tian kicked out for no reason? No matter how many questions Hu Tongtong had in her heart, she didn't say them out loud. If Lin Tian wanted to say these things, he would say them himself. Especially when he recalled what he had just said to Lin Ruo Lan, it seemed that the attitudes of the two people were somewhat broken. If I asked these questions under such circumstances, wouldn't that be hitting Lin Tian's sore spot? Seeing Lin Tian coming back, Hu Jianjun and Tang Mailin couldn't help but burst into tears. Xiaoqian, are you okay? The two old men came up and turned Lin Tian around, looking left and right. Only after confirming that Lin Tian was fine did they breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Tian just felt very warm in his heart. Yes, these people in front of me are the ones who really care about me. The so-called Lin family members have such ugly faces. If there is a chance. Yes. Now is the chance, so we should improve their family's life. I'm fine. I reasoned with them and made it clear. Hu Jianjun expressed his confusion. You want to reason with a thug? Tongtong, is this really the case? When Hu Tongtong arrived at the scene, everything was already over. She pointed at Lin Tian and said blankly, I don't know that these things were all solved by Brother Tian alone. Seeing the two people walking back together, the two old men also showed relieved smiles. No matter what, they have now clarified the misunderstanding. The best thing is to resolve the rift and sit down together. Now that I have got the IOUs back, I won't be threatened in the future. Hu Jianjun was filled with joy. Today is Master Xiaoqian. He was stunned for a moment, then changed his words. Today is the day that Xiaoqian reunites with us. Hurry up and prepare some snacks so that we can have a good drink together. Although Hu Jianjun still doesn't understand why Lin Tian solved all the problems with just one trip out. According to his understanding, neither Scarface nor the people above him, these thugs would be reasonable people. But now that the matter has been resolved, there is no need to worry too much about it. Soon Tang Mailin and Hu Tongtong prepared a table full of dishes. Lin Tian took a look and saw that these were the bacon and sausages that had just been hung on the door. If Lin Tian hadn't come, he would not have been willing to eat these. But it doesn't matter. As long as I'm around, their lives will get better step by step. Hu Jianjun was very happy. He held Lin Tian's shoulders and kept pouring wine for him. They had a very enjoyable meal. After thinking about it, this could be considered a long-awaited reunion.
Hu Tongtong was also happy. The two of them spent some time as childhood sweethearts. After the misunderstanding was resolved, she also saw that Lin Tian was willing to be so familiar with her family. It was as if he had never changed. I just feel happy. Tang Meilin naturally noticed the changes in her daughter, and she pulled her clothes and whispered in her ear. What's wrong? Does Tongtong like Xiao Qian? Why don't you wait until you graduate and let Brother Qian marry you? Mom. Hu Tongtong's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. Water is about to drip out from behind my ears. What are you saying? I don't understand. In the understanding of the two elderly people, their daughter's lifelong affairs must be resolved by themselves, rather than wasting time looking for someone else. Is there a perfect candidate right in front of you? Even though Lin Tian had just been kicked out of the house, they understood. Lin Tian is a person who is worthy of entrusting one's life to and who can bring happiness to his daughter. A small table. Lin Tian could naturally hear their conversation, and feeling embarrassed, he quickly changed the subject. Uncle Hu and Auntie, I see that you are both not feeling well and need treatment. This time Lin Tian was there and was able to hold on. But before that, he must have been troubled by those gangsters a lot. When it comes to this, the two old men just waved their hands. It's because they have lived in poverty for too long. In their opinion, such superficial injuries can be cured by just enduring it. Why waste that money? We are all old and we can get through this by just hanging on. Lin Tian just felt a little helpless, and then explained. No need to go to the hospital, I can help you solve it. Hu Jianjun and others looked at Lin Tian in great surprise. Xiao Qian, you also know medical skills. Chapter 13. Du Qianlong is furious, undercurrent surges. Huacheng Central Hospital. Even though some time has passed, the operation has not been completely completed yet. Halfway through the process, the doctor came out to explain that if the broken palm was not found, Zhang Hao might end up as a disabled person in his next life. With Lin Ruo Lan's arrival, there is no need to call the police or anything. Because she came here with two of her men. Lin Ruo Lan quickly went to investigate the surveillance footage to find out what was going on. The surveillance footage did capture a few burly men, but they seemed to be very alert and were able to avoid surveillance even inside the hospital, so their faces were not captured. Just by looking at their clothes and actions, you can tell at a glance that they are not good people. At this time, Zhang Qian was particularly anxious and angry. She almost took Lin Ruo Lan's hand and said, Cousin, please catch Lin Tian. If it weren't for that lunatic Lin Tian, Xiao Hao wouldn't have become a cripple, woo woo. Lin Ruo Lan was also very surprised. How is it possible? Even if Lin Tian beat up a few thugs from the Mad Dragon Society. Even if Lin Tian was resentful because he was kicked out of the house, he would not attack Zhang Hao or even cut off his hands. Lin Ruo Lan could only reply, Don't worry, we will investigate this matter. There is no definite evidence yet, and we don't know who did it. It must be Lin Tian. Zhang Xuyin also shouted at the first moment. If it weren't for Lin Tian, Xiao Hao wouldn't have. For mother. Lin Ruo Lan also expressed some helplessness. Now that this has happened to Zhang Hao, Lin Ruo Lan has reported the matter back and a case has been filed. All she had to do next was to continue the investigation. After hearing Zhang Qian's story, she felt even more confused. Even though you don't understand or believe it, you can change your mind. Just now Lin Tian was indeed in the Black Dragon Club. Impossible, impossible, it can't be that serious. Even if that kid was crazy, it was impossible for him to do such a cruel thing. Xiao Li, you stay at the scene and record their statements. The police will send someone over shortly. Xiao Liu, come back with me. Let's go to the Black Dragon Club to find out what's going on. I should have rushed in regardless of the consequences just now to find out what was going on. So now that Lin Ruo Lan has reacted, she is also thinking about going back quickly. But it took such a long time. If Perjuan had handled it, everything would have been done cleanly and they would not have found anything even if they went back. At this time, a villa with a simple shape and a strong oriental style of decoration. As the person in charge of the Crazy Dragon Society. In recent years, Du Qianlong has basically handed over the power in his hands to the leaders of each branch, and he himself is in a semi-retired state. But today he suddenly received a message. A bodyguard walked in from outside and without saying a word, reported to Du Qianlong the information he had learned. Du Qianlong's face changed. His eyes also became a little angry. What? The Black Dragon is dead. Who did it?
Is there anyone in Huacheng who dares to attack our crazy dragon society? You know, Hailong has been his right-hand man in recent years. Now that the Black Dragon has suddenly died, it is a huge loss for both Du Qianlong and the entire Mad Dragon Society. The bodyguard also knew very limited information. Not sure. It seems that Black Dragon's men are rebelling. The information that Du Qianlong can get now is exactly what Pajuan wants them to know. It is not too easy for them to just support one person and stand up. Du Qianlong thought about it. If they are Black Dragon's subordinates, wouldn't Sang Biao and Rose be his left and right arms? Aren't he Sang Biao and Maigui loyal to Black Dragon? Didn't they say they were going to work somewhere else? Many questions immediately came to my mind. Even though the Crazy Dragon Society has now successfully cleansed itself up, there are still many shady activities going on. Hailong often helped him solve these problems, and these things were entrusted to his two subordinates. The bodyguard couldn't answer. Everyone shook their heads in confusion. After his furious outburst, Du Qianlong regained some composure. He stroked his chin and began to think. No, I feel like there's something fishy about this matter. Whether it's Sang Biao or Maigui, it's impossible for them to do such a rebellious thing. They wouldn't be so cruel. Then the bodyguard asked, Lord Long, should we do anything? Du Qianlong looked gloomy. Huacheng is basically composed of four major forces. If Black Dragon is killed at this time, it will also cause a big blow to the Dinosaur Club. But if you act rashly without clarifying the situation, you may fall into someone else's trap. Check it for me now. We must find out what happened tonight. If I find out who killed Black Dragon, I will tear him into pieces. However, Lin Tian didn't feel anything about these threats that hadn't happened yet. Hu Tongtong was shocked. Lin Tian showed off his skills. One by one, the silver needles seemed to have eyes and flew towards his parents. Hu Tongtong couldn't help but scream several times, but as Lin Tian's treatment ended, the faces of the two old people became much rosier. When they stood up, they felt refreshed and full of energy. It's amazing. It's really amazing. Hu Jianjun even threw away his crutches and was able to walk without any problems. Xiao Qian, where on earth did you learn such amazing medical skills in the past few years? I remember that you didn't know how to do it when we left before. Lin Tian smiled and did not answer. Hu Jianjun did not continue to ask. After all, everyone has secrets. After eating and drinking, Hu Jianjun asked his daughter to make a pot of tea, then he took out a cigarette and handed it to Lin Tian. Although I don't know what happened exactly, but if you don't mind, Xiao Qian, you can stay with us from now on. There was no need for too many words, just one sentence showed his attitude. Lin Tian still wanted to help them solve their problems and lead them to a better life. Thinking of this, I was very moved and said, "Thank you, Uncle Hu. I was just worried that I had nowhere to go. Just a few words and it's good." Hu Jianjun also greeted with a smile, "Tongtong, why don't you clean up the room for your brother Qian quickly? You can't ask brother Qian to sleep with you." Hu Jianjun's words made his daughter's pretty face blush. The so-called room was just a storage room. Compared with other people's villas, the environment is not even a little bit worse. But even so, Lin Tian felt he slept soundly. Just the night after leaving Lin Tian, a lot of things happened in Huacheng. The incident at the Black Dragon Club almost triggered a tsunami. As Black Dragon disappeared, the whole matter became more and more confusing. The other three underground forces also began to stir. Beneath the calm, there is an undercurrent. But Lin Tian didn't care about all this at all. In the early morning, he enjoyed the breakfast made by Hu Tongtong. The millet porridge and pickles were very delicious and the feeling was very warm. But there are always some things that spoil the fun. Bang, bang, bang. There was a hurried knock on the door. Hearing the sound, Tang Mailin subconsciously shuddered with fear. Could it be that Scar and the others are back? Could it be that? Hu Jianjun was also a little scared. I heard that Scar's eldest brother is the Black Dragon of the Black Dragon Club. If Black Dragon brings people here. Xiao Qian, hurry up and leave, take Tongtong with you. The two old people had been living in fear for many years and felt a little scared when they heard the sound. Lin Tian finished the bowl of porridge calmly. Then he got up and opened the door. Don't worry, Scar and Black Dragon won't come. As soon as the door opened, I saw Lin Ruo Lan with dark circles under her eyes. Lin Tian said indifferently. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong, Officer Lin? Lin Ruo Lan didn't sleep all night. She personally led the team to the Black Dragon Club. Although there were many traces of fighting and the smell of blood at the scene, someone soon came forward to admit it. Someone took all the blame. Things went unexpectedly smoothly. But she never saw Black Dragon again. In addition, Lin Tian had also come out of the Black Dragon Club at that time. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for Lin Ruo Lan not to think of other things. What exactly happened inside the Black Dragon Club? Feel Lin Tian's attitude. Lin Ruo Lan got furious instantly. Lin Tian, you've grown wings. You dare to talk to me like this now? Do you know how many cases you are involved in now? If these problems cannot be resolved, not only will I be sentenced to life imprisonment, I may even be shot. Chapter 14 Lin Ao Xue fell ill. After hearing Lin Ruo Lan's words, the three people in the room became a little nervous. Lin Tian turned around and waved to them with a smile, then closed the door, indicating that they should not worry and just leave it to him. After closing the door, Lin Tian walked downstairs. Although Lin Ruo Lan was reluctant, she still followed. Why don't you like the way I'm talking now? I don't like it. I really don't like it. Lin Ruo Lan recalled what happened before. Lin Tian had lived with them for more than 10 years, and he always obeyed their requests. But it had only been one day since he left the Lin family, and he was already turning his back on them. It's like he's a completely different person. Lin Tian. I saw that you were in dire straits, so I wanted to help you. I didn't expect you to turn your back on me. You really let our Lin family down for raising you for so long. Used to being superior. As soon as Lin Ruo Lan opened her mouth, she used this impatient tone. Shut up. What didn't Lin Tian do in the Lin family? How much have they done secretly to help the Lin family? How much have you done for this so-called 7 fairies? Now question yourself. Lin Tian's outburst scared Lin Ruo Lan so much that her face turned pale. After being in a daze for a while, Lin Ruo Lan asked. Xiaohao's hand was chopped off. Does it have anything to do with you? Such a fierce fight took place in the Black Dragon Club, and even the person in charge disappeared. How dare you say that this incident has nothing to do with you? Lin Tian took out a cigarette and smoked it. Lin Ruo Lan was even more disappointed by this behavior. He had just left the Lin family, and he had already picked up the bad habit of smoking. In fact, Lin Tian was also very worried about other people's affairs, especially in the first few years, when all kinds of pressure came upon him. But his sisters didn't like it, so Lin Tian never smoked at home. I don't need to explain anything to you. If you have evidence, just arrest him. Zhang Hao's hand was chopped off. In my opinion, this is the retribution he deserves. God sees everything we do. Hearing Lin Tian's vague and confident answer, Lin Ruo Lan only felt angrier. Lin Tian, you will kill yourself if you do this. Lin Tian took a puff of his cigarette and said calmly, don't let the dog bark so early in the morning, or someone upstairs will splash foot washing water down. I finished talking, get out. If it wasn't for face, Lin Ruo Lan might have beaten Lin Tian up directly. Lin Tian turned around and left without mercy. Lin Ruo Lan was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, and finally had no choice but to drive away. She made several phone calls in the car, but no matter how she contacted or investigated, she still didn't know what happened in the Black Dragon Club. Lin Tian, you are playing with fire. Even if you are lucky in the Black Dragon Club, if Tu Qianlong from the Mad Dragon Club takes action, I wonder how you will handle it. You will definitely regret it, and then you will come back on your knees and beg me to help you. But Lin Ruo Lan had not yet stopped fantasizing, and a phone call brought her back to reality. Ruo Lan, where are you? Come to the hospital immediately. Hospital again. What happened? The third sister Lin Ruo Lan is the director of the hospital. It doesn't matter whether Zhang Hao was beaten or had his hand chopped off later. She didn't even come to the hospital. But this time it didn't work. The person who fell ill this time was their eldest sister Lin Ao Xue. My eldest sister has fainted. Please come here quickly. What? Hearing this, Lin Ruo Lan also became nervous instantly, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed to the hospital like a rocket. Lin Ruo Lan left not long ago. Pajuan drove here, but he didn't dare to take any risks. He just sent a message to Lin Tian, and Lin Tian came to the entrance of the village. Pajuan briefly told Lin Tian what happened last night. Lin Tian digested it. So, in the end, you found one of their people to take the blame, and then announced to the public that it was their people who instigated the killing of Black Dragon. Lin Tian would not ask too much about how Pajuan was dealt with. There are ways to keep them out of it, to have nothing to do with them at all. Pajuan smiled and nodded. This method was obviously the fastest and most direct. It's just a little strange. A whole night has passed, and there has been no movement from the Crazy Dragon Society. Po Jun said, I was thinking that someone would come and cause trouble for us yesterday. The entire branch was occupied by them, but I didn't expect that they could still be so calm. Lin Tian analyzed, if we act suddenly, they will definitely be scared. They will not act rashly without understanding the situation. Let's just do it this way. If there is any news, let me know immediately. Okay, Brother Chen. Having followed Lin Tian for so long, Pajuan knows Lin Tian best, so there is no need for too much communication. He just couldn't help but say something when he left. It seems that the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce has been looking for you. Lin Tian thought about it and realized that he did receive a call from the other party last night. I understand. You go ahead and do your work. When they returned to their house, Hu Jianjun and Tang Mailin were both very anxious, fearing that something big had happened again. Lin Tian had gone down twice this morning. Hu Tongtong couldn't help but ask, Brother Tian, nothing will happen, right? Lin Tian waved his hand and said with a smile, nothing will happen. By the way, uncle and aunt, now that the debt has been settled, you don't need to go out to work. And you, Tongtong, you don't need to work part-time anymore, just focus on your studies. The family has paid too much for debts over the years. Now that Lin Tian is back, there is no need to do anything. From now on, whatever happens at home will be on my shoulders. Because of the meal last night, Lin Tian and a few others became closer. Lin Tian also has a rough idea of what happened in the past few years. It was just a simple sentence, but Lin Tian subconsciously took on the position of the pillar. The other people were very happy. After hearing him say that, they felt like they were one of the family. Hu Jianjun didn't say much. They didn't make much money by picking up garbage or doing odd jobs. Then he said with a smile, that's fine, let's clean up the house while we have time. I really wronged you last night. Master Xiaoqian. I almost said something about young Master Xiaoqian again. Tang Mailian also said, how about this, Xiaoqian, you can just send Tongtong to school. Hu Jianjun and Tang Mailin didn't know that Lin Tian was driving a car worth several million. Hu Tongtong was very excited sitting in the car. This was her first time sitting in such a comfortable car. The leather seats are different from the vans I usually ride in. But at this point, Hu Tongtong finally couldn't help but ask Lin Tiandao, Brother Tian, aren't you? Hu Tongtong thought about it and changed her way of saying it. Now that you have nothing to do with the Lin family, why are you still? Lin Tian smiled dotingly, and then said, I've already told you, I'm very rich, a lot of money, but you just don't believe it. If you are willing to accept it, we can move to another home right away. Hu Tongtong shook her head. She felt that as long as Lin Tian lived with them, it would be a very happy thing. As for other things, if Lin Tian had to go back to the Lin family to make some deal because of this, that would be what he didn't want to see. After thinking about it, Hu Tongtong also smiled and said, no need, Brother Tian, I know you will definitely find a way. Hu Tongtong had good grades. If he didn't have to take care of his family, he could go to a better place to study. But in comparison, Huacheng University was not a small school. Lin Tian sent him to the door and waved with a smile. It feels so good to have someone to rely on. Hu Tongtong got out of the car with a smile, and finally couldn't help but ask. Brother Tian, my get out of class will end at 4 p.m. Will you pick me up then? Lin Tian nodded solemnly. Yes, I will come to pick you up when the time comes. As she said that, the little girl skipped into the campus. But he didn't know that a heavily made-up woman in a taxi across the street came out and saw this scene. She gritted her teeth and said, Hu Tongtong was pretending to be with me. It turns out that she has already found a man to support her. Chapter 15. We want to dominate Huacheng. Huacheng Central Hospital. Zhang Hao's matter had already exhausted everyone, and now even Lin Ao Xue fell ill, and the whole family was at a loss as to what to do. The backbone of the family is ill, and the whole family seems to be in chaos. After the operation, the anesthetic effect wore off.
Zhang Hao woke up and looked at his empty right hand.
He took a long time to react, but he couldn't accept such a result. Who would have thought that one of my hands would disappear just like that?
Zhang Qian's eyes were also red.
She sat aside for a while to calm down before saying, "Younger brother." All kinds of emotions surged up.
Zhang Hao asked as soon as he opened his mouth. My aunt and cousin didn't say anything.
This was done by Lin Tian. Why didn't they teach him a lesson? As soon as he woke up, he wanted to cause trouble for Lin Tian. Zhang Haoxue is the instigator. The black dragon will only turn against him after it suffers a blow. But they had no way of saying these words, otherwise more things would be exposed.
Zhang Qian also said helplessly, "We contacted them, but we were still a step too late when we arrived. Cousin Ruo Lan and the others have already mobilized all police forces to investigate.
But the person who cut off your hand has confessed his crime. And the black dragon you mentioned cannot be found at all. It's as if he disappeared from the face of the earth. When Pajuan does things, he makes sure everything is arranged perfectly and no trace can be found." Hearing this, Zhang Hao felt like he was struck by lightning. For a moment, it felt like my spine was frozen stiff.
Lin Tian.
Lin Tian did everything. The black dragon must have been killed by Lin Tian.
Sister, quickly tell cousin Ruo Lan. We must catch him, otherwise we will all.
Zhang Qian also felt helpless. I don't know why, but in their opinion, Lin Tian was kicked out of the house. I should have just let them bully me, but I didn't expect. It seems that once anything is related to Lin Tian, it will become extremely terrifying. Brother, let's not talk about these things for now.
Now your eldest cousin is ill.
Zhang Hao opened his eyes wide, feeling a little bit unacceptable. Anyway, cousin Ruo Lan will send someone to watch over you, so there shouldn't be any danger next. Let's take good care of our injuries first. Return to Lin Ao Xue's ward. The Lin family members gathered inside and were very anxious. As soon as Lin Ao Xue woke up, she struggled to get up from the bed. As the chief physician and vice president of the hospital, the third daughter, Lin Ruo Lan, hurried over and pressed her down and said, "Sister, you don't have to worry about anything else now. What you need most is rest. The matter concerning Zhang Hao can indeed be put aside for now. But the Lin family lost tens of millions of orders last night, and Lin Ao Xue must find those partners and explain things clearly. Over the years, the Lin Group has been supporting itself alone. If I can't solve the problem myself, no one can help me." She said forcefully, "I'm fine. The company still has important matters to deal with." As she spoke, Lin Ao Xue broke free from Lin Ruo Lan's hand and tried to stand up. But as soon as he moved slightly, he suddenly felt dizzy and fell onto the bed again. "R." Seeing this scene, several women screamed. "What's going on? What on earth is going on?" Zhang Shuiying was extremely anxious. She took her third daughter's hand and said, "Ruo Lan, aren't you a doctor? How come you don't know what the problem is?" Lin Ruo Lan had no answer to these questions at all. "My eldest sister was fine last night, but she fainted in the hospital. After receiving the news, she rushed over as soon as possible. As a professional doctor, she did all the necessary tests, but she didn't find any problems at all." Lin Ruo Lan rushed over and felt helpless and powerless when she saw her arrogant elder sister falling ill. The other sisters looked at each other, not knowing what to say. I don't know either." Lin Ruo Lan recalled, and then she said something that no one could accept. "Whenever my elder sister had a headache before, Lin Tian would help her solve it. It seemed that he also did some simple acupuncture, and then my elder sister recovered." Hearing Lin Tian's name, Lin Ao Xue frowned even deeper. The expressions on the faces of the others were different, as if no one wanted to mention this person. Then Zhang Shuiying said, "Why don't you ask your hospital's doctor to come over and check? There shouldn't be a Chinese medicine doctor in such a big hospital, right? What Lin Tian can do, can't you do it?" Lin Ruo Lan only felt more helpless. She had done all the tests and even had an old Chinese doctor come to see her, but they just couldn't find the problem. In such a situation, people would at most prescribe a tranquilizing soup. As for acupuncture, who would dare to give you acupuncture? But Zhang Shuiying and her other sisters were all talking at the same time, and they all seemed very anxious. In the absence of any other options, Lin Ruo Lan finally contacted the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine doctor to come and check on the situation, but after another hour of work, there was still no solution. In the end, Lin Ruo Lan went outside the corridor and called Lin Tian. After receiving Lin Ruo Lan's call, Lin Tian still felt a little strange. "What's the matter?" Feeling Lin Tian's cold attitude, Lin Ruo Lan also became a little tough and asked directly. "Lin Tian, where are you now? Come to Huacheng Hospital immediately, my elder sister is ill." Lin Tian said with a smile, "So, what does this have to do with me?" Hearing Lin Tian's answer, Lin Ruo Lan felt that all the hairs on her body stood up. She didn't expect Lin Tian to say such a cruel thing. Then she also replied, "Yes. Lin Tian, we were wrong in this matter. We kicked you out of the Lin family. Maybe you think this is very heartless, but you also have to think that if we hadn't taken care of you all these years, you would have starved to death on the street. We just want you to come back and give big sister treatment again, but you reject us so directly." Lin Tian said with a smile. "Don't you remember what I said yesterday? If that's the case, I'll have to warn you. It was Lin Ao Xue who said it herself. Whether I live or die, it has nothing to do with your Lin family. Well, now that you are in trouble, you want to come to me? No way." Having said that, Lin Tian hung up the phone without saying anything. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lin Ruo Lan also felt very helpless. How did things turn out like this? Lin Tian sent Hu Tongtong to school. He did have other things to deal with. Anyway, the Black Dragon Club has now become their base, and they have many plans for the future. After thinking about it, Lin Tian felt it necessary to ask Pajuan to call everyone else over for a good communication. If you want to make a big move next, you have to discuss it with them carefully. Returning to the Black Dragon Club, Lin Tian could vaguely smell the smell of blood in the air. As long as Pajuan is there to handle it, no trouble will occur at all. Soon they arrived at the office where Hailong used to be. Pajuan and others sat respectfully in their seats. "Mr. Lin." Everyone shouted in unison. It was a sonorous, powerful, and impressive voice. Lin Tian waved his hand. "I have already told Pajuan, just call me Brother Tian from now on." Lin Tian knew long ago that he was not a biological child of the Lin family, and he felt that his life experience was a mystery. If possible, he wouldn't even want this last name. However, the subsequent events have not been investigated clearly. In this case, I should just continue to call him Lin Tian. Did Pajuan tell you? Everyone nodded. They already knew Lin Tian's instructions clearly. Then they spoke up and answered. "We didn't continue the investigation. We have also stopped the information you requested before, Brother Tian. And I also asked the relevant people to reject the cooperation with the Lin family. Mr. Lin, Brother Tian, should we do something else? With Lin Tian's current power, not to mention anything else, just sitting in the office, it would be easy for this group of people to bring down the Lin family." Lin Tian said that he would just wave his hand and forget it. There was no need to be so drastic. It can be said that there is no need to do it so drastically. It can also be said that it is unnecessary. It's not to the point of taking revenge on them just because they were kicked out of the house. Anyway, without my help, the so-called 7 fairies or the Lin family will only slowly go downhill. The most important thing we have to do next is to dominate Huacheng and put Huacheng under our feet. What happened last night was just the beginning. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but get excited. After waiting for so many years, the moment to show their talents finally came. Chapter 16: The Mysterious Old Man. With such a group of men here, what can't be done? Lin Tian thought about it and realized that this was just the beginning. Don't worry about other things. As for anything else, I haven't thought of it yet. Originally, Lin Tian wanted to say that if possible, it would be best to investigate his identity. No matter what the purpose is, Lin Tian also wants to know his true identity, but it seems inappropriate to say it now. Moreover, these forces were cultivated by himself in Huacheng. If they were to investigate something too deeply, they might not be able to do it. Of course, Lin Tian knew that there was someone who should know. Under such circumstances, he simply explained some things to everyone. Then he found 2 bottles of good wine from the wine cabinet and drove to a place. Soon, Lin Tian arrived in front of a Chinese medicine shop. At this time, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. But the door of this shop is still locked. Lin Tian banged on the door and shouted, "Old man, I brought you 2 bottles of good wine. Open the door quickly, or I'll drink it myself." The door opened. Then a middle-aged woman ran out with a red face. Lin Tian greeted him with a smile. Auntie Wang, why are you here so early?
Come here early in the morning to have an in-depth discussion with that old man.
Before Lin Tian could finish his sentence, Aunt Wang glared at him.
I just came to take a look.
Having said that, Aunt Wang ran away with a red face. Then Lin Tian walked in with the wine, and soon arrived at a room as if he was familiar with the place.
You're quite good, old man.
I didn't expect you to hook up with Aunt Wang next door so quickly. You're still as sharp as ever. The Chinese medicine shop is filled with the aroma of various Chinese herbs. As soon as Lin Tian opened the bottle of wine, the old man lying on the bed seemed to be like lightning. Then he rushed forward, snatched the bottle of wine from Lin Tian's hand, and gulped it down.
Romantic Connie is fine. You know how to honor me with good wine.
The old man in front of me is about 50 years old.
There are many traces of time on his face, and the wrinkles are very eye-catching.
There seems to be a very eye-catching scar under the neck. It was almost like he was going to be beheaded. But his eyes were still sharp and his figure was similar to that of a middle-aged man. The overall look is very strong. But before he could take a few sips, Lin Tian reached out and snatched the bottle from his hand.
Then he said, drinking so much, you're going to die.
The old man felt a little unsatisfied, and then said unwillingly, a few 100,000 is just a drop in the bucket compared to your wealth, and you won't even give me this little wine to drink.
You have used up your portion for today.
If you keep drinking, I'm afraid you won't survive for a year.
The old man laughed.
Then he went back to bed and said, if there is no wine to drink, no love to make, no happiness, I might as well die right now.
Just shut up. Lin Tian roared and interrupted the old man's next words.
I learned all my skills from you. I promise you, you will never die as long as I am around. About these. The old man didn't care at all, as if life and death had become indifferent to him. A doctor cannot heal himself. Even if Lin Tian learned all the skills, he still couldn't heal himself. For Lin Tian, it would be as difficult as climbing to heaven to do all this. The old man was touched, and then changed the subject. I heard that you were kicked out of the Lin family. Why can't you stay here anymore? I've already told you that those people are ungrateful, and what do you have to do? Alas, you just don't listen to my advice. If you don't listen to the old man's advice, you will suffer the consequences. If you are willing to listen to me. Lin Tian quickly waved his hands and covered his ears to signal him not to continue. Okay, I'm not here to listen to your nagging. Then why did you come to see me? You can't just give me 2 bottles of wine. You don't come to me for no reason. Tell me. Lin Tian first met this old man 10 years ago. Strangely enough, even now I don't know his real name. But the old man treated me as his own son and taught me all kinds of skills. At that time, Lin Tian was thinking about treating Lin Ao Xue's headache, and he went looking for medical treatment and medicine. It was by chance that he came here. Who knew that his life would be almost rewritten because of this encounter? Being able to build up his own power in 10 years is closely related to the old man in front of him. Lin Tian always felt that he was hiding a lot of things from him, but whenever he asked about his life experience, he always avoided the question. No matter what I say, I only teach others what I know because I am a genius, otherwise there would be no future. The old man asked first, then what are you doing here? The old man also felt that Lin Tian's purpose this time was not simple, especially after Lin Tian left the Lin family.
I'm afraid things will get a little out of control.
Lin Tian did not beat around the bush and said directly, now that I have left the Lin family, I am ready to dominate Huacheng in the next moment. I just want to ask. I'll ask you one last time. I always feel like you know my true background, but why don't you tell me?
When the old man heard this, he quickly closed his eyes. Go to hell, don't disturb my sleep so early in the morning, I don't know anything.
After saying that, he didn't care what Lin Tian said and just pretended to sleep. Lin Tian opened the bottle of wine and tried to tempt him in various ways, but no matter what he did, the old man's snoring became louder and louder, and he remained unmoved. The more this happened, the more confused Lin Tian felt. How could he react like this if he didn't know? But the time is not right yet. Since the other party won't speak, it will be useless no matter how much Lin Tian asks. Lin Tian sighed helplessly. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was Ma Hongyuan from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. After one night, Ma Hongyuan understood that many things had happened, but he was embarrassed to interfere too much, and he also called Lin Tian because someone asked him to do so. As soon as the call was connected, Ma Hongyuan spoke directly.
Mr. Lin, is it convenient to talk now?
Lin Tian felt upset yesterday, but now he has resolved the issue of Hu Tongtong's family. So I feel like a lot of things have become clearer. Tell me, what's the matter?
Ma Hongyuan quickly spoke. Mr. Lin, I mentioned to you last night that I have a friend.
Ma Hongyuan knew a lot of things that the Lin family didn't know. He also knew a lot about Lin Tian. Before Lin Tian could say no, he said directly, "This time my friend is well prepared. They have prepared the best medicinal materials. You will definitely be satisfied." Hearing this, Lin Tian was delighted. Then he covered his phone and shouted at the old man who was pretending to be asleep.
Did you hear that, old man?
Someone has prepared some medicinal herbs for me. Just wait. As long as I'm here, you can't die even if you want to. As he said that, he responded to Ma Hongyuan on the other end of the phone. If that's the case, I agree to this matter. Please contact them. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian left without looking back. Unexpectedly, this time I still couldn't get any information. But it has been so many years, Lin Tian is not in a hurry, just wait until Lin Tian leaves. The old man who pretended to be asleep got up from the bed. Actually, I don't want any medicinal herbs. If I hadn't promised the old lady, I would have wanted to be free as soon as possible. Originally according to my own idea. He came to Huacheng to find Lin Tian. He just needed to watch him silently and make sure he was not in danger. But who could have thought that I couldn't help but pass on all my skills to him, and Lin Tian also has his unique charm. In just 10 years, he has achieved a goal that others would not be able to achieve in several lifetimes, and now he is talking about dominating Huacheng. If that is really the case, once it becomes high profile, it will definitely attract some people's attention. If it is a blessing, there will be no disaster. If it is a disaster, there will be no escape. The old man didn't know whether this was right or not. The old lady explained her own affairs in the hope that the young master could live a peaceful and healthy life like an ordinary person. But the old man knew that from the moment he saw Lin Tian, he was sure that Lin Tian would not be a peaceful person. Lin Tian has a very strong ambition in his heart, which is exactly the same as his father. Now he was kicked out of the Lin family. Without these so-called restraints, who can trap him? A hidden dragon emerges from the abyss and soars into the sky. Well. The old man sighed. Forget it. How can I resist these things? The old man sighed repeatedly in the room, and then pulled out a box from under the bed. Lin Tian didn't let him drink, but most of the time he was willing to listen to Lin Tian. I just recalled what Lin Tian had just said and thought about his next plan. He couldn't help it, so he opened a bottle of Newlanshan and drank it in one gulp. This wine is still delicious. At worst, we can just fight them again. As long as I'm here, no one can do anything to the young master. Chapter 17 Jianghu Killing Order. It was noon. Lin Ao Xue still feels a splitting headache and can only lie on the hospital bed. Lin Ruo Lan didn't know what medicine to prescribe or what treatment to take, so she could only inject him with some glucose and saline. Zhang Shuiying gritted her teeth and asked, "Ruo Lan, I just heard you call Lin Tian." Lin Ruo Lan was stunned for a moment. "I did it so covertly, but was it discovered?" "Why? You don't want to, kid." When the others heard this, they all looked over. Lin Ruo Lan didn't know how to answer, and then said helplessly, I did contact him, but he said he has nothing to do with our Lin family. Even if my eldest sister's head." She couldn't bear to say the following words. After all, Lin Tian's attitude was really cold. Lin Ao Xue, lying on the hospital bed, was gritting her teeth. Even with her eyes closed, she still uttered even colder words. "I don't need his treatment. I don't believe that a small headache can still hold me back." But before she could finish her sentence, her pretty face turned pale and her beautiful facial features became distorted. At this time, Lin Ruo Lan said anxiously, "Damn it, this kid is really shameless. Just wait, I'm going to catch him right away. I just don't believe it. I can't cure him." If Lin Ruo Lan took action, then maybe she could really capture Lin Tian. Zhang Shuiying also shouted, "He's in such a bad condition now, the worst thing he can do is spend money. How much money can he ask for? We'll just give him the money. 500,000 is not enough, we'll give you 1 million.
I don't believe he doesn't like money. Everyone was talking at once, as if this was the only way to express their inner dissatisfaction. But they were all wrong, very wrong. When Lin Ruo Lan set out, she made a direct phone call and gave an order: use the Sky Eye monitoring system. I want to know where Lin Tian is now. Lin Tian had just come out of the shop and had not taken a few steps when he heard a joking voice. Oh my, isn't this the eldest young master of our Lin family? Why are you free today to come over and inspect the industry? As their voice sounded, a burly figure blocked his way. The person in front of me has long hair. He was about 35 years old and had a gold chain around his neck. Not only him, there were also several burly men standing behind him. This person's name is Zhuo Daqiang. Their Viper Gang is one of the 4 major underground forces in Huizing. Another half-day has passed, and Du Qianlong would not have done nothing. Although they have not launched an attack on Lin Tian yet, this underground force is good at utilizing other resources. So Du Qianlong issued a hunting order. As long as someone can catch Lin Tian, there is compensation no matter what. The Viper Gang and the Mad Dragon Gang have always had a good relationship, so when Zhuo Daqiang saw Lin Tian, it was as if he saw walking money, flashing with golden light. Lin Tian glanced at Zhuo Daqiang with disdain, then without any expression on his face, he prepared to turn around and leave. Zhuo Daqiang then said, Mr. Lin, you wouldn't. Oh. I realized now, you are no longer the young master of the Lin family. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several thugs behind him strode towards him. Block Lin Tian's way. Roll. Lin Tian said with a cold expression. Zhuo Daqiang had an amused look on his face, and even felt a little pity when he looked at Lin Tian. Let me go, Lin Tian, are you crazy? If it was a few days ago, you would have been qualified to say this to me, but now you don't even look at yourself and see what kind of person you are. Do you really think you are still the eldest son of the Lin family? Du Qianlong has already spread all the relevant information, so now basically everyone in Huacheng knows that Lin Tian has been expelled from the Lin family. Lin Tian now is just a stray dog who has nothing and is abandoned. Lin Tian looked at the man in front of him like a fool. Even if I have nothing to do with the Lin family, I still don't care about a mere Viper Gang. As he spoke, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with coldness and his tone was icy. Oh, your tone is quite arrogant. Who the hell gave you the courage? Or did you become crazy after being kicked out of the Lin family? Zhuo Daqiang disagreed with Lin Tian's words, and the disdainful expression on his face became even stronger. Lin Tian's attitude remained the same. In his opinion, these people were just like ants, so why waste time? As he spoke, Lin Tian moved, trying to get out from between the two thugs. But this time Zhuo Daqiang also rushed over, blocking Lin Tian's way, and said provocatively. You can leave if you want. Just kneel down and kowtow to me, call me grandpa, and I'll let you go. Because the Lin family is not very popular in Huacheng now. If before, Master Zhuo Daqiang must be afraid of Lin Tian, but now in his opinion, Lin Tian is just a dog that cannot be any more lowly. Lin Tian frowned and said coldly, I'll give you one last chance, get out. Otherwise you will regret it. Har ha 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 ha. Zhuo Daqiang laughed wildly. Give me a chance to get out. To tell you the truth, I should have given you a chance. The matter of the Black Dragon Club is now spreading like wildfire in Huacheng. Now the entire Crazy Dragon Society wants to cut you into pieces. Lord Long has spoken out. If you can be captured, there will be 1 million for you. It seems that Du Qianlong is not unwilling to take action, but they just don't do it themselves. Of course, I'm not a money grubber. If you kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, I'll give you 100,000. For a loser like you who was kicked out of the Lin family, 100,000 yuan is a lot of money, right? If you don't obey me, I don't mind breaking your hands and feet and taking you back to Lord Long. What 100,000 yuan? Zhuo Daqiang just wanted to make things difficult for Lin Tian. No matter what, he still wants to get the 1 million in the end. Zhuo Daqiang felt like he was a king who controlled the whole situation. His face was full of mocking expressions and he spoke with disdain. He thought he even had some compassion. But before he saw Lin Tian lower his head, Lin Tian's palm flew over like lightning, and it was impossible to resist it. Crack sound. A crisp slap hit Zhuo Daqiang hard on the face. The severe pain made him stunned, his face full of disbelief. Asshole. Beast. Trash you, how dare you hit me?
The sudden change made Zhuo Daqiang stunned. He could never have imagined that under such circumstances, Lin Tian would dare to attack him. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. A burning pain spread across his face, and his facial features became hideous and crazy. But before he could lose his temper, Lin Tian just opened his hand and slapped him in the face with another crisp sound. This time, Lin Tianxia's force was even greater, and General Zhuo's entire body flew backwards like a sandbag. It flipped several times in the air before falling to the ground with a loud bang. All the thugs at the scene were stunned when they saw this, and were deeply shocked in their hearts. What's going on? Lin Tian has already offended the Mad Dragon Society, and now he even dares to attack their people. Doesn't this offend both gangs at once? Puff. Zhuo Daqiang struggled to stand up and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and beat this bastard up, and then hand him over to Lord Long. Yes. Brother Cheong. Seeing Zhuo Daqiang's miserable appearance, the thugs were unable to react. They just gritted their teeth and started to act after he roared angrily. Several people waved their fists with fierce looks on their faces and were about to attack Lin Tian. Stop it. Chapter 18 Young Master Lin is more powerful than you might think. As this voice sounded, everyone's eyes turned over here. A sexy and powerful figure walked towards them quickly with agile steps. Hello, Officer Lin. Seeing Lin Ruo Lan appear, Zhuo Daqiang also struggled to get up from the ground, and the anger and pain just now seemed to disappear. He didn't care about his current embarrassment. He reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled obsequiously. There is no way. Due to Lin Ruo Lan's identity, even if Lin Tian was not a member of the Lin family, they could not continue to embarrass Lin Tian under Lin Ruo Lan's nose. Lin Ruo Lan stared at Zhuo Daqiang with cold eyes, and then asked coldly. Zhuo Daqiang, why are the Viper Gang also ready to make a move now? The files of these so-called underground forces are all kept in the police station. It was so easy for Lin Ruo Lan to know them. Would you like to tell me what you are doing? Zhuo Daqiang looked embarrassed and answered in a panic, we just saw old friends and chatted and reminisced. A gangster. It's always been the same. Lin Tian did not answer. Since Lin Ruo Lan had already appeared, he should just leave quickly. But before he could take a step, Lin Ruo Lan immediately spoke. What are you doing? You want to leave as soon as you see me? Am I the god of plague? Lin Tian said expressionlessly, since there is no problem, why should I be here? As soon as she faced Lin Tian, Lin Ruo Lan felt subconsciously angry. Didn't my third sister tell you on the phone? My eldest sister is sick and is now in the hospital awaiting treatment. Lin Tian. Do you have to be so ruthless? Even if we kick you out of the Lin family, you will. Zhuo Daqiang and others stood aside obediently like primary school students. After hearing this, they finally believed that Lin Tian had been kicked out of the Lin family. But Lin Ruo Lan wouldn't let them leave, and they didn't dare to move. Lin Tian spread his hands helplessly, then said, sorry, I'm afraid I don't have time. Lin Tian, who do you think you are? Officer Lin wants to ask you for something, why don't you just agree? No matter what, I have to leave a good impression on Lin Ruo Lan. But Lin Ruo Lan glared at him. Zhuo Daqiang suddenly became like a quail, unable to utter a word. Lin Tian chuckled. How come your Lin family's third daughter is not known as the youngest genius doctor? Can't she cure your eldest sister's headache? If Lin Ruo Lan had a way, Lin Ruo Lan wouldn't have to run so far here. Faced with Lin Tian's words, she didn't know how to refute. No matter how you look at it, they were wrong in this matter. Before Lin Tian could even react, they kicked him out of the Lin family. But when I think of my elder sister who is still suffering from headaches, and these so-called genius doctors and experts are all helpless. Lin Ruo Lan only felt a nameless fire burning in her heart, and then she glared at Lin Tian and shouted. Fuck you. Lin Tian, don't be shameless. Do you want money? Tell me, we will give you as much as you want. Lin Tian looked at her with a smile and didn't even want to answer. But the more this is the case, Lin Ruo Lan became more and more angry. Then Lin Ruo Lan stared at Zhuo Daqiang on the side, and immediately an idea came to her mind. You offended the Mad Dragon Gang yesterday, and ran into the Viper Gang today. If I don't help you, you might get a good lesson. I'll give you one last chance. I'll give you 500,000 yuan to treat my elder sister. Lin Tian turned around and was about to leave.
Do you really think that I can come when you call me and leave when you wave me away? Lin Ruo Lan gritted her teeth. 1 million. If you are willing to go back for treatment, we will give you 1 million. You must know that Du Qianlong has issued a killing order. If I don't help you, you will most likely end up dead on the street. With this money, you can run away and start over in a place where no one knows you. Not to mention being rich, but at least having enough food and clothing. In Lin Ruo Lan's view, she was taking great care of Lin Tian and thinking of him in almost every way. It's just that these words sound so unpleasant and harsh. Treatment. Treatment next door. Lin Ruo Lan's pupils dilated. She just couldn't believe that Lin Tian could say such outrageous words. Okay. Lin Ruo Lan stomped his feet in anger, then he stepped aside and said, I don't believe you can solve the problem. Lin Ruo Lan began to turn around and move. Then he looked at Zhuo Daqiang and said, I didn't see anything today, and I haven't been here. No matter what you do, I won't interfere. This is no longer just a hint, it is an explicit statement. Zhuo Daqiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, no problem. Officer Lin, I will definitely help you teach this damn boy a lesson. Now Lin Ruo Lan is targeting Lin Tian, and Zhuo Daqiang has just been slapped twice. Even now, my head is buzzing. No matter what, he must take revenge, and if he captures Lin Tian and hands him over to Lord Long, there will be a reward of 1 million. You kid, I want to see how you die this time. Just at this moment. There is a black GL8 parked on the side of the road. The people in the car were also looking at the situation here. A woman in a black uniform asked, Miss, do you want us? The person being questioned was wearing a bright red one-piece dress that was particularly eye-catching. She is slim, well-proportioned, intellectual and extremely charming. The woman couldn't help but look over here, then shook her head lightly and said, no need. If he can't even handle such a small matter, there are some things we can't believe. I want to see if this young master who was expelled from the Lin family is really capable. The secretary looked a little worried. After all, in her opinion, this kind of thing cannot be easily solved. Not to mention anything else, if these thugs from the Viper gang really start to cause trouble, I probably won't be able to get away easily. But now that her boss had said that, she couldn't say anything further and could only pray that nothing serious would happen. Because Lin Ruo Lan stayed out of it, the whole thing became simple. Anyway, no matter whether it is the Lin family or Lin Ruo Lan, a police officer, they ignored the matter and did not pursue any responsibility. Moreover, in Lin Ruo Lan's opinion, the Zhuo Daqiang in front of him was much more powerful than those thugs from the Mad Dragon Society. Scar Man and his men are just doing things that bully men and women. The Zhuo Daqiang in front of him is the leader of the Viper gang. How can the whole master's strength be underestimated? Wait until Lin Ruo Lan stands aside. Zhuo Daqiang couldn't help but yelled, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and destroy him for me. As Zhuo Daqiang finished speaking, the two thugs beside him swung their fists fiercely. With fierce looks on their faces, they punched Lin Tian in the face. The speed is incredibly fast, and at first glance, it looks like lightning. Although Lin Ruo Lan was a little anxious about this, she never said much. The last incident with the scarred man was an accident, but this time he will have to watch Lin Tian being suppressed. Only when Lin Tian is taught a lesson will he understand the consequences, and then he will bow his head and beg for mercy. In this way, I can let him go back to treat Lin Ao Xue. Zhuo Daqiang had a cold smile on his face. This is the consequence of going against him. As long as his men attack ruthlessly, he doesn't believe that Lin Tian can resist. The female secretary in the business car was also a little worried when she saw this scene. After all, the fists of these burly guys are almost as big as casseroles. If they hit someone's head, wouldn't it be smashed like a watermelon? Her boss remained silent. Although there were some changes in her expression, she just stared at the scene with wide eyes from beginning to end, and had no intention of intervening. However, the next second, something that no one expected happened. It seemed that those fists were about to hit Lin Tian's face. Lin Tian had a smile on his face, he just moved his feet, and then his whole body seemed to change direction. He dodged the attacks easily by leaning sideways. The next moment, Lin Tian suddenly exerted force with his feet, and his right leg kicked out like lightning. Bang! Accompanied by an extremely dull collision sound and the sound of the kneecap breaking. The next moment, the screams of the two thugs, like pigs being slaughtered, were heard. The center of gravity was unstable,
and two beautiful dogs eating shit appeared in front of me. The two thugs who were hit fell straight to the ground. He was face down, and a row of front teeth fell to the ground with a pop, and the ground was covered with blood. How is this possible? Such a shocking scene fell into Zhuo Daqiang's eyes. At this moment he was completely stunned, with astonishment written all over his face. Lin Ruo Lan's pupils dilated, and she couldn't believe that what was happening in front of her was real. The last time she was in Xiangyang village, she didn't see clearly what happened. But this scene is real. Lin Tian beat up the two Viper gang thugs right in front of him, cleanly and thoroughly. The woman in the business car also breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously, then smiled and said, "What did I say? I said there's no need to rush. This young Master Lin is more powerful than we thought." Chapter 19: The Powerful Su Qingcheng. Zhuo Daqiang was stunned. He looked at the scene with blinking eyes. Obviously he couldn't accept this situation. You know, these two thugs have been following him for a long time. Even among the Viper gang, he is a top-notch fighter. I didn't expect that Lin Tian could easily deal with them with just one encounter. This is too shocking. Even Lin Ruo Lan was frightened by Lin Tian's quick and decisive fighting style. As a member of the police force, she is well aware of the power of these underground forces. I have dealt with these people many times before. You know, anyone who can follow the Hall Master is capable of fighting 10 people at the same time. But who could have thought that Lin Tian could solve it so easily? It can almost be said that it is effortless. After Lin Tian dealt with the two thugs, there was not much expression on his face. Then his eyes fell on Zhuo Daqiang, and he sneered as he spoke. "Zhuo Daqiang, has your Viper gang fallen to this point now? How is it arranged? These thugs are weak. Some good-for-nothings can join the Viper gang." Lin Tian's tone was cold, and when Daqiang heard these words, he felt so angry that his chest seemed to explode. You have to know that these thugs get paid tens of thousands of dollars every month. If it's just trash like this, then your Viper gang is nothing more than this. The two injured thugs, after hearing what Lin Tian said, also wanted to quickly regain some face. But their knees were all broken by Lin Tian's kicks. How can I stand up? Seeing Zhuo Daqiang's angry face, they began to feel a little scared when they thought about having to face his rage when they returned. As for the others, seeing this, they dared not do anything and could only stand aside pretending to be stupid. You kid. Zhuo Daqiang stammered, "Do you know, kid? You are in big trouble now. You have exposed the world." Lin Tian seemed to have become immune to these impotent rages. "What tricks do you have? Just use them." Aye. Zhuo Daqiang naturally has many other methods, but Lin Ruo Lan is still at the scene, so he can't use knives or guns. As he spoke, Zhuo Daqiang looked back. Lin Ruo Lan was still in shock and couldn't react. To Zhuo Daqiang, this behavior seemed like she was still planning to stay out of it and wanted to teach Lin Tian a lesson. Thinking this in his mind, Zhuo Daqiang was also excited. You know, this is the best opportunity to please Officer Lin. Once you behave well, if anything unpleasant happens in the future, it may be easily resolved. Having made up his mind, Zhuo Daqiang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Move your weapons. Kill him for me. It seems that if he doesn't see some blood today, this kid will have no idea of his own limitations." As he was talking, the thugs that Zhuo Daqiang brought with him also drew their daggers. The flashing cold light reflected back. Such a scene is truly horrifying. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. If these people attacked at the same time, Lin Tian might really end up dead on the street today. Lin Ruo Lan gnashed her teeth and thought to herself, "Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you a bad temper? Let me see how you solve this problem. If you ask, I will help you." But before Lin Ruo Lan could open her mouth, a sharp voice rang out. "Who dares to do it?" With a gentle cry, a woman in a fiery red dress, with a pretty face, an angelic face and a devilish figure came over. Not only that, she was accompanied by several bodyguards, walking towards them in a hurry. Almost the moment they walked over, the bodyguards reached into their clothes to take something out. Crack, crack. The black guy instantly showed up. Aye. Zhuo Daqiang saw this scene. Their whole person was unable to react and was completely shocked. When they were just showing their knives, the other side had already used guns. The woman in front of me has flaming red lips. As she walks towards me step by step, Her round and plump buttocks sway brightly. She is full of charm and her every move reveals a strong seductive power. At first glance, she looks like a fairy who has practiced for many years, charming and enchanting. There is actually such a beautiful woman. Even the thugs brought by Zhuo Daqiang were restless when they saw such a top-notch woman. But this woman ignored the direct gazes from people around her. She almost ignored everyone and walked towards Lin Tian. Then a touching smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, she took the initiative to extend a delicate hand. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I'm late." Lin Tian frowned slightly, looked at the woman in front of him, and then asked, "Who are you?" The woman was very generous. Even though Lin Tian did not extend his hand to shake her hand, she did not feel anything was wrong. Instead, she introduced herself directly. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Su Qingcheng, and President Ma asked me to come and see you." "Ma Hongyuan. He didn't come himself, so he asked you to come?" Lin Tian asked back. Su Qingcheng nodded. It was just a smile, but it seemed as if 1,000 charms bloomed. "Isn't it President Ma?" Su Qingcheng. When Zhuo Daqiang reacted, a horrified look appeared on his face. "Isn't he Su Qingcheng, the daughter of the Su family? Oh my god, how did this rich lady get here?" As soon as Zhuo Daqiang reminded him, his thugs also showed expressions of horror. In comparison, the reputation of the 7 fairies of the Lin family is not that strong. You must know that the Su family is one of the top families in Huacheng, and Su Qingcheng has both good looks, money and power. What is more important is that she has strong abilities. She is only about 25 years old this year, but she has already taken over the Su group. Starting from the age of 20, it took her less than 5 years to build a behemoth business empire. In Huacheng, the title of business queen is well deserved. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. For a person like Ma Hongyuan, it is normal for him to have contact with Su Qingcheng. No wonder Ma Hongyuan kept calling me, it turned out to be because of the Su family's affairs. Su Qingcheng glanced at the scene, then made a gesture of invitation and spoke to Lin Tian respectfully. "Mr. Lin, please come this way. I will handle the situation here." Lin Ruo Lan stared at all this with wide eyes. She couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "Su? Miss Su? Do you know who he is?" At this time, Zhuo Daqiang couldn't help but say, "Miss Su, this kid was just kicked out of the Lin family. He is an absolute waste. Why do you respect him so much?" Zhuo Daqiang's words could almost be said to have expressed Lin Ruo Lan's inner thoughts. Because of the return of his biological brother, Lin Tian was kicked out mercilessly. Unexpectedly, Su Qingcheng now treats Lin Tian so respectfully. Su Qingcheng did not answer the two people's questions. Instead, she bowed deeply, showing off the beautiful scenery of the snow-capped mountains in front of her chest. "Mr. Lin, please." That look was extremely humble. Lin Tian had wanted to leave for a long time, and with Su Qingcheng's arrival, it became even easier. So he didn't hesitate, nodded and walked towards Su Qingcheng's car. During the whole process, Zhuo Daqiang and his men did not dare to move. Lin Ruo Lan gritted her teeth and shouted, "Are you guys from the Viper Gang so cowardly? Are you going to just let him go?" Su Qingcheng smiled, then faced Lin Ruo Lan and said coldly, "Why do you want to deal with me?" While speaking, the bodyguards behind him pulled the trigger one after another, ready to respond as soon as Su Qingcheng gave the order. They will shoot without hesitation, no matter whether the other party is the so-called underground forces or someone in the police force. Under such circumstances, Zhuo Daqiang and others were so scared that they were pissing their shit out of their wits and standing there in a daze. Lin Ruo Lan gritted her teeth and said, "Then you don't know who I am. I'm from the police station. Since I dared to come here, I have a way to deal with what happens next. Officer Lin, you are so young, if you can become a martyr, it may bring honor to your family." The threat couldn't be more obvious. Lin Ruo Lan is alone, how dare she target anyone? Su Qingcheng laughed, then clapped her hands, and left with a victorious look on her face. Wait until the business card disappears from sight. Zhuo Daqiang couldn't help but say, "Officer Lin, it's not that we don't want to do anything, but the other party is from the Su family. Small people like us can't afford to offend them." With Su Qingcheng's status, Zhuo Daqiang would not dare to act rashly even if he borrowed their water tank as a courage. Lin Ruo Lan was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, staring at them viciously and said, "Waste, you dare not offend the Su family, do you dare to offend me?"
Don't forget my identity. If I want to deal with you, I have 100 ways to make your Viper gang miserable. Zhuo Daqiang was threatened by Lin Ruo Lan and was so angry that he couldn't speak. As for the thugs, they looked at each other in confusion. How could they dare to say anything? You can't compare to others, and now you want to shoot me. However, Zhuo Daqiang dared not speak out despite his anger, and didn't he even dare to breathe? That's all. This time, Lin Ruo Lan came out with the determination to win, thinking that she could definitely tie Lin Tian back to her elder sister for treatment. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian escaped again, and this time Lin Tian seemed to have established a bigger relationship. In this case, what else could he say? Suddenly, Lin Ruo Lan had a strong premonition that they had made a very wrong move since they drove Lin Tian out of the Lin family. One wrong step leads to all wrong steps. Chapter 20 is questioned. Huacheng Central Hospital. After waiting for a long time, Lin Ruo Lan finally came back. When Lin Ruo Lan saw Lin Ruo Lan coming back, she took her hand and asked, "How's it going? Has the matter been resolved this time, sister? Has Lin Tian accepted our conditions and is ready to come back to treat my elder sister?" Knowing that Lin Ao Xue didn't like it, Lin Ruo Lan just waited outside the corridor. Lin Ruo Lan shook her head helplessly. Then she said, "Crazy, this kid Lin Tian is completely crazy this time. You don't know, I was at the scene just now, and he even dared to fight with the Viper gang." Lin Ruo Lan didn't care about these things at all. The only thing she cared about now was her elder sister's condition. "So, you have no way to bring Lin Tian back?" Lin Ruo Lan was stunned by this question. After a while, he replied, "I really didn't expect that Lin Tian didn't care about our relationship at all. We were almost at loggerheads, and. She thought about it finally, and Lin Ruo Lan finally did not tell anyone about his relationship with Miss Su. "Third sister, it's okay. If Lin Tian can solve it, can't you, the vice president, solve it?" If it could be solved, Lin Ruo Lan wouldn't have been at a loss for such a long time. Oh. Never mind, it's okay, I'll continue to think of a solution. Later, I was injected with sedatives and melatonin, as well as various sleeping pills. Now Lin Ao Xue's condition has improved a little. At least she can close her eyes and rest. The others went back one after another. At this time, Zhang Qian couldn't help but find the second lady of the Lin family. "Second miss, the company is in a mess right now. Can you help President Lin resolve the meeting with the partners?" In fact, Lin Ru Yan herself was also very troubled. After all, the entire Lin Group is supported by elder sister Lin Ao Xue. So she could boldly pursue her dreams in the entertainment industry, and after years of hard work, she has become a popular female star. Now I heard that the National Master is about to start shooting a new movie. If possible, she also wanted to sign the female lead as soon as possible. She has no idea about the group's affairs. Under such circumstances, she had no choice but to speak to Zhang Qian. "Secretary Zhang, there are some things that I can't solve. Why don't you see if you can delay it for a while until Big Sister's headache gets a little better?" Having said that, Lin Ru Yan also walked away in a flash. Drag? If we continue to delay, the losses will only become more serious, which will be even more of a headache. Zhang Qian was helpless and could only go back to deal with it first. Lin Ruo Lan looked at the ward that was very lively just now, and now it has become a little deserted. She couldn't help but have such thoughts in her mind. Could it be that because of Lin Tian's departure, the entire Lin family will be in chaos? Impossible. Everything was just an illusion. She didn't believe that she couldn't solve these problems. The most urgent task is to cure my eldest sister's headache. If my elder sister recovers, everything will be fine. Lin Tian got into Su Qingqing's car, and about half an hour later, the convoy stopped in a private sanatorium. Su Qingqing's attitude was quite respectful as she led Lin Tian in. In a 60-square-meter ward, men and women gathered here. It seemed like everyone cared about the patients inside. Only with the appearance of Lin Tian did Su Qingqing give a brief introduction. A sudden voice sounded. "Cousin, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but where did you find this charlatan? This guy looks like he's only in his 20s at most. Our grandfather has been tormented by illness for so many years. He has been seen by various famous doctors and experts over the years, but there is still nothing he can do. Do you think he can do it at such a young age?" As soon as he came up, he was questioned, but Lin Tian didn't react much. After all,
the person who asked him for help was Ma Hongyuan, the president of Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Su Qingqing's attitude was quite respectful, and she even promised to give him a precious medicinal herb after the matter was done, otherwise he would not have come. Su Qingqing's face suddenly became gloomy, and then a cold light shone from her beautiful eyes. Xiao Hu, don't be rude to Mr. Lin. It seemed that other people in the ward also had something to say, but Su Qingqing's majestic aura came out. No one dared to say anything more. Su Qingqing didn't care about everyone's reactions and took Lin Tian to the ward. When Lin Tian looked closely, he found an old man with white hair lying on the hospital bed. The old man was thin and his complexion looked very ugly, turning blue and white at times. Especially his lips, which turned red and purple, and he looked very listless, with his breathing intermittent. It is no exaggeration to say that it is very likely that he will die at any time. Su Qingqing's face was also full of worry. Without any detection, Lin Tian knew that the old man's condition was not optimistic. Before Su Qingqing could speak, Lin Tian began the treatment. A middle-aged man in his 50s walked in hurriedly with several doctors in white coats. Qingqing, these are the experts I invited back from Longju. If they treat him, the old man will definitely survive. The person coming in now is called Su Qiancheng, Su Qingqing's second uncle. As these doctors in white coats came in, the attending physician in charge of treating Mr. Su also came in with various documents. We have done all kinds of examinations and treatments, but there is nothing we can do. Here is the information, take a look first. The attending physician was also relieved that someone, an expert from Longju, could take over the case. As the attending physician spoke, he handed the information to several experts who came later. But they had no intention of giving it to Lin Tian. Su Qingqing felt a little embarrassed, but the situation was urgent and she couldn't say much. After all, Lin Tian looks too young. If we really have to compare, the experts with white beards in front of us look more professional. At this time, Su Xiaohu couldn't help but walked in and said, "Cousin, I've already told you that this guy is about my age. How good of a doctor can he be?" In fact, Su Qingqing was also skeptical in her heart. Just now, she only saw Lin Tian's violent fighting power at the scene, and she still knew nothing about his medical skills. If it weren't for President Ma's strong recommendation, she wouldn't have gone there in person to invite Lin Tian over. Su Qingqing hesitated for a moment. Su Xiaohu seemed to have caught something, and then he said, "Cousin, this guy is very unreliable at first glance. If you do something to him, what if he kills our grandfather?" Su Qingqing's expression changed again, and then she stared at Su Xiaohu and said, "Shut up, you crowmouth, don't talk nonsense." As for Lin Tian, he simply ignored the chattering voices around him. Since he came in, his eyes have been focused on the old man on the hospital bed. Just by looking at him from a distance, he could tell that Mr. Su seemed to have suffered serious injuries, not only external injuries but also internal injuries. The external injuries damaged his nerves, which is why he is paralyzed in bed. The internal injuries damaged his meridians. In this case, he has completely lost the feeling in his legs. Not only that, because of the damage to the meridians, various hidden injuries and old illnesses still exist. If these hidden diseases break out, it will be like being burned by fire or falling into an ice cave. What's even more uncomfortable is that it feels like snakes, insects, rats and ants are floating on your bone marrow. The feeling is so painful that you would rather die. Under such circumstances, even Lin Tian couldn't help but frown. Then he said to Su Qingqing, "Miss Su, Mr. Su's illness might be a bit tricky." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Xiaohu immediately sneered and shouted, "Isn't this the common routine used by charlatans? You still tell me how powerful you are. I think you are just trying to cheat me out of money. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is a problem. You don't even have the information, so you can only say these polite words." The experts that Su Qianqing brought with him also said with disdain, "Boss Su, if you are asking us to come here for treatment, I hope that outsiders will not affect us. Otherwise, if there are other people here, I can't guarantee that there will be no problems with the treatment." The rest of the words were not finished. Su Qingqing thought that these people were experts from Longju, and finally said to Lin Tian with embarrassment, "Mr. Lin, look. Lin Tian is a smart man, how could he not know what Su Qingqing meant?" Then he waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's up to you. I'm not saying I must take action." With that said, Lin Tian strode away. Su Xiaohu seemed to have done something right, and punched Lin Tian on the back.
If you walk any slower, I'll beat you up. Su Qingcheng just gave Su Xiaohu a look and he shut up instantly. Several experts read the report but were also at a loss as to what to do. Then one of the old men in tang suits stood up, stroking his beard and saying, "You Western doctors can't figure out what's going on for now. In my opinion, it's better to give him acupuncture directly to stimulate his acupuncture points. Maybe he can regain consciousness." Seeing that this man was confident, the people of the Su family exchanged glances and finally nodded in agreement. Lin Tian looked back and saw the old man with a goatee take out a silver needle, aim it at the acupuncture point and stab it straight in. If this happens, the old man might die faster. But since it was none of his business, Lin Tian didn't say much. He withdrew his gaze and left completely. The treatment of the goatee lasted about 5 or 6 minutes. At this time, Mr. Su, who was lying on the hospital bed, moved his eyelids and then opened his eyes. "A miracle doctor, a miracle doctor." When Su Qiancheng saw this scene, he opened his mouth and shouted. Goatee was also very proud. He stroked his beard and said proudly, "It's just the first treatment. I want to recover." But before he could finish his sentence, Mr. Su on the hospital bed began to feel a sensation in his throat, and then a large mouthful of black blood spurted out. Puff. R. The scene soon became a mess. Chapter 21, Give It a Try. Originally, Mr. Su was lying on the hospital bed and was fine. After treatment by a goatee specialist, his eyelids were lifted up and he was finally able to open his eyes. When everyone thought he was about to wake up, his body suddenly began to twitch violently. Not only that, the old face also turned darker rapidly. After a mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out, blood began to flow from his mouth and nose. At the same time, the monitoring equipment he was carrying also made various harsh noises. Su Qingcheng suddenly became extremely nervous. He stared at Yang Hu and asked, "Professor Qian, what's going on? How come out of nowhere? How could Qian Jiming, aka the man with the goatee, answer such a question?" The experts brought by Su Qiancheng looked at each other in bewilderment. At this time, the attending doctor had to stand up and shouted, "The patient's condition is very urgent now. We must rescue him immediately, otherwise his life will be in danger." The experts also reacted and echoed, "Yes. We need to rescue them now. First aid. Rescue Mr. Su immediately." Qian Jiming didn't dare to say much and could only help with the rescue, but there was little he could do at this time. Despite this, despite the efforts of various so-called experts and the attending physician, not only did Mr. Su's condition not improve, but he vomited large mouthfuls of blood and his face turned as pale as paper. The monitoring equipment nearby clearly reminded everyone that Mr. Su's life would soon come to an end. It would be understandable if the people from the Su family at the scene did not understand. But the faces of these experts turned very ugly. They are all medical practitioners, so how could they not understand the data from these instruments? Those experts who came back with Su Qiancheng also stayed out of the matter at this time. After all, they said nothing and did nothing from beginning to end. Almost subconsciously, everyone's eyes were focused on Qian Jiming. Qian Jiming felt cold sweat all over his body. "Miss Su. Miss Su. Mr. Su seems to be dying." After these words were spoken, whether it was Su Qingcheng or Su Qiancheng, there was an expression of extreme horror on their faces. But Su Qiancheng was obviously still a little scared. After all, he was the one who brought Qian Jiming back. Su Qingcheng looked at Qian Jiming fiercely and said, "You old man, don't do anything if you don't have confidence. I thought you were a famous doctor, but you gave me an answer like this. You'd better hope that my grandfather is okay, or I'll bury you with him." "No, Miss Su, I have tried my best." Qian Jiming was extremely panicked and had no idea how to answer. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea, as if he had thought of a solution. "By the way, Miss Su, didn't that genius boy just now say he had a way? From what I heard from him, he said that he could cure Mr. Su's illness. Why don't we ask him to come back and try? Just now he said that Lin Tian was an outsider and a swindler. It hasn't been long since then and he has become a genius boy." Everyone at the scene knew who Qian Jiming was talking about. Su Qingcheng thought about how she had just kicked Lin Tian out of the door. She felt very guilty about this as she had spent so much effort to invite Lin Tian back. As a result, because of these people's doubts and contempt, the master left like this. Bang!
Su Qingcheng punched Chen Jiming in the stomach, and the latter bent over like a shrimp and fell to the ground vomiting.
Old man.
Why are you pretending to be an expert when you are not as skilled as others?
I'm warning you, you'd better pray that my grandfather is okay, otherwise I'll make sure you die.
For her grandfather, Su Qingcheng would do anything. Hearing this, Chen Jiming's face showed an expression of extreme fear. With the current capabilities of the Su family, it would be too easy to make an old man disappear from the face of the earth. Su Qiancheng was in endless regret. He had originally thought that if the experts he brought here could cure the old man, it would be considered a great achievement. In this way, he would definitely be able to increase his bargaining chips in the Su group. It was even possible to get the position of helmsman back, but who could have imagined this would be the result? In this situation, how could he dare to say anything more? After hesitating for a moment, he strode over and kicked Chen Jiming on the body with his big foot.
Is there such a quack as you? You are going to kill our old man.
Su Xiaohu had never seen such a situation before, especially seeing his grandfather convulsing and vomiting blood. He also hesitantly said, "Cousin, should we invite Mr. Lin back to have a look?" Su Qingcheng was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stamped her feet. The master she had invited back with great difficulty was looked down upon by you guys like this.
Now you want me to invite others back.
But the situation was urgent now and she couldn't think too much.
She then took a step and ran straight out.
Fortunately, not too much time has passed, and now Lin Tian is not far away from the sanatorium.
The female secretary ran out with him, and then she said sensibly, "Mr. Lin, please save Mr. Su." Lin Tian asked calmly, "Do you believe I can save the old man now?"
Instead of being a liar like your cousin said. Su Qingcheng just felt a little embarrassed. Facing Lin Tian's words, she didn't know how to respond. Or it can be said that the reason she came out to find Lin Tian was to give it a try. Lin Tian also knew about Mr. Su's situation. In addition, Su Qingcheng had been very respectful to me along the way, and I thought about the reward. So Lin Tian didn't make things difficult for them. Instead, he waved his hand and signaled them to go back. Soon they returned to the ward. Chen Jicheng, who had a smug look on his face just now, was now sweating profusely, kneeling on the ground with distorted features and a look of panic.
When he saw Lin Tian coming in, he felt like he had seen a savior.
In his opinion, it doesn't matter whether Lin Tian can save Grandpa Su or not, as long as Lin Tian takes action at the last moment.
No matter what happens, he has nothing to do with it.
Thinking of this, Chen Jiming lowered his face and said respectfully,
"Genius, you must take action, the old man can't hold on for much longer."
As for the experts brought by Su Qiancheng, they were fine at this time and were standing aside. If it's none of your business, just ignore it. Lin Tian frowned and glanced at old man Su lying on the bed. This situation was really a headache for him. Su Qingcheng saw Lin Tian's expression and said worriedly, "Mr. Lin, don't you have any solution? No one can guarantee something 100%. If you pat your chest and say that you can do it, won't you get into trouble if something really happens?" So Lin Tian was also smart at this time, and just said lightly, "I will do my best." It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Tian is now their life-saving straw. So Su Qingcheng also took Lin Tian's hand and said, "Mr. Lin is in an emergency now. Let's not talk about anything else for now. I beg you to save my grandfather." Holding the soft and boneless little hand in his hand, Lin Tian was fascinated.
"What's wrong? Is this a beauty trap?"
Su Xiaohu was a little angry. His father had brought so many experts here, so why did he let Lin Tian take action in the end? As soon as I saw him come in, I had to pretend. Su Xiaohu's stupidity broke out, and he said again, "You better show me all your skills and kill my grandfather." The sentence is not finished yet. Su Qingcheng's eyes suddenly turned cold, and then she glanced around angrily. "If Mr. Lin can't do it, then who among you can?
Anyone who has a solution can come up.
The first aid has been going on for so long. If there was a way, Mr. Su would have been cured long ago." In order to protect himself, Chen Jiming had to say a few more words at this time.
"Boy, although I don't know where you come from, our old man Su is of noble status, you'd better cure him."
The implication is too obvious. If the disease cannot be cured, it will be Lin Tian's responsibility alone and has nothing to do with him.
Ming Tian felt very annoyed when he heard these quacking sounds.
He was originally disinfecting the silver needles, but at this moment he suddenly crossed his hands. "Okay, if that's the case, then I won't do anything.
You guys solve it yourselves. Having said that, Lin Tian turned around and left again. Fuck you. Hear this. Su Qingcheng seemed to be burning with anger, and then she stretched out one of her legs. The 10-centimeter high-heeled shoe kicked Chen Jiming hard in the face. With a bang, his head was broken and bleeding. Chen Jiming felt a sharp pain and his whole body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Get them all out. As Su Qingcheng said this, the female secretary waved her hand and several bodyguards beside her began to move. Even if Chen Jiming, Su Xiaohu and others had more to say, there was no way for them to interrupt. Puff. The old man on the hospital bed spurted out a large mouthful of black blood again. His life was in danger. At this time, Su Qingcheng was almost crying. She looked at Lin Tian pleadingly. Mr. Lin, even if I beg you. As long as you can cure my grandfather, our Su family is willing to agree to any conditions you ask. Anything is okay? Lin Tian just felt evil in his heart for a moment, then waved his hand. If you don't want to leave, just stand aside and don't interrupt me. Before he finished speaking, a silver needle in Lin Tian's hand had already flown out and steadily pierced into Grandpa Su's body. Chapter 22 Xianmen 9-Turn Needle Technique. What a magical needlework! If Lin Tian hadn't told me in advance. Su Qingcheng couldn't help but scream out. After all, her grandfather had been ill for so many years and had seen many doctors, big and small, over the years, so Su Qingcheng also had some insights into these. Just one move. Su Qingcheng could clearly feel the difference between Lin Tian and Chen Jiming. Lin Tianxia's acupuncture is both accurate and steady. Almost one after another, as if there was no need to rest. In a blink of an eye, Mr. Su's body was covered with silver needles. At first glance, it looks like a hedgehog. Something even more magical happened. Lin Tian just waved his hand, and those silver needles began to vibrate on their own. If you look closely, it seems that there are waves of silver light enveloping Grandpa Su. If Chen Jiming was at the scene, he would definitely be frightened by the scene and use his qi to block the needle. This skill alone is something that many Chinese medicine practitioners cannot learn in their entire lives. Mr. Su's condition is far more complicated than he had imagined. So even if Lin Tian took action, he would still be unable to cope with it. When the last silver needle was inserted into the acupuncture point, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief and his steps were a little staggering. Su Qingcheng was a little confused. She wanted to reach out to help, but was worried that it would affect the treatment. Seeing that Lin Tian did not take any other action. Then Su Qingcheng couldn't help but shout, Mr. Lin, is this solved? Lin Tian shook his head to indicate that it was not that easy. We have to wait a moment. However, Lin Tianxing was afraid that something unexpected might happen. So he was not in a hurry to leave. Su Qingcheng reacted and quickly pulled over a stool for Lin Tian to sit on. There was awkwardness in the air. After a while, Su Qingcheng asked, Mr. Lin, what kind of acupuncture is this? Why is it different from the ones I usually see? How can this be an ordinary needle technique? All of these were learned from the old man, and it is said to have a very resounding name, Xianmen 9-Turn Needle Method. It is no exaggeration to say that the Xianmen 9-Turn Needle technique has the ability to bring the dead back to life. But if you want it to be effective, you need the support of true energy. Lin Tian has been practicing for so many years and has made some achievements, which enabled him to complete the treatment. Otherwise, even he might not be able to bear such a huge consumption. Lin Tian didn't explain this to her. It doesn't matter what kind of acupuncture, as long as it works. Su Qingcheng also looked at her grandfather on the bed with an anxious look on her face. When it was almost time, Lin Tian stood up and pulled out the silver needles one by one. As the last silver needle was pulled out, the old man who had been unconscious on the bed actually coughed. Su Qingcheng suddenly became extremely anxious. After all, such a horrible thing had just happened. Could it be that Lin Tian's treatment had no effect? My grandfather once. The thing I worried about never happened. After Mr. Su coughed, his eyes suddenly opened. Grandpa, Grandpa. Seeing Grandpa Su suddenly waking up, Su Qingcheng was about to pounce on him. Lin Tian stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the soft and boneless little hand was held in his hand again. The skin is indeed delicate and very soft. Your grandfather has just regained consciousness, and his body cannot bear it. Su Qingcheng then stood still and asked anxiously. Grandpa, how do you feel now? Old Master Su breathed a sigh of relief, and his face seemed to turn red.
Then he asked, was it this young gentleman who saved me? I feel very comfortable now, as if I had a very full sleep. Su Qingcheng replied, isn't it Mr. Lin? Then Su Qingcheng bowed 90 degrees respectfully to Lin Tian. Mr. Lin, thank you for saving my grandfather. From now on, you are our Su family's honored guest. Lin Tian waved his hand to indicate that you're welcome. In Lin Tian's view, this was just a deal. Afterwards, Lin Tian signaled that the attending physician outside could come in. The attending physician and the experts walked into the ward, especially Chen Jiming. He even thought that if Lin Tian had just killed Mr. Su, it would have nothing to do with him, and he would definitely throw all the dirty water on him. But when these people walked into the room, they found that Mr. Su was leaning on the hospital bed with a spirited look. Awake! Mr. Su is awake. Everyone was shocked. Especially the attending physician who has been in charge for so long and was helpless for several months, but now suddenly wakes up. They quickly conducted a series of examinations on Mr. Su. But except that the old man's 2 feet have not yet recovered their movement, all other indicators are normal. The experts from Longju looked even more embarrassed. They had clearly looked at the information, but had no idea what to do. Lin Tian was cured just by looking at it. How is this possible? Chen Jiming couldn't help but shout. Then Su Qingcheng shot him a cold gaze. What's impossible about this? It's obvious that you are not as skilled as others. Now Mr. Lin has cured my grandfather. You so-called experts are nothing but trash. As the daughter of the Su family and the current helmsman of the Su group, Su Qingcheng does not need to give face to anyone. Chen Jiming, who was scared to death just now, was stunned for a moment, and then began to take credit. No. It must be that the treatment I just gave to Mr. Su was effective, and he just took advantage of it. Lin Tian didn't want to argue at all. Su Qingchu had already taken the lead to save Lin Tian's face. With a pop sound, a crisp slapping sounded in the room. Chen Jiming fell to the ground, covering his swollen face. Including this time, he has been beaten 3 times. Miss Su. This kid just took advantage of me. I was the one who cured the old man. There is no need for Su Qingcheng to give any instructions. Just a look and 2 bodyguards came over. After a round of punches and kicks, Chen Jiming screamed in pain. Lin Tian said expressionlessly, just because you don't have a solution doesn't mean I don't have one. Not only can I cure Mr. Su, but I can also restore his legs to mobility. Hearing this, there was also a strange look on Mr. Su's face. You know, he had been sitting in a wheelchair for several years due to injuries. It would be great if we could really recover. This is my thought. Old Master Su also said quickly, little doctor, if you can make me fully recover, I am willing to agree to any conditions you offer. It can be seen that the grandfather and grandson have exactly the same idea. Su Qingcheng just said that anything is fine. Chen Jiming was beaten black and blue, but he was still very unconvinced. Especially when I heard the word miracle doctor, I felt even more uncomfortable. He lay on the ground and shouted, how is this possible? Mr. Su's nerves are all dead, there is no way he can stand up. Bang! He stepped on Chen Jiming again. Lin Tian waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to continue, then he stared at Chen Jiming and said, how about this, you make a bet with me, if I can cure Mr. Su, you. Before Lin Tian finished speaking, Chen Jiming answered first. You definitely can't be cured. I did all this. Su Qiancheng, who brought Chen Jiming back, also had a stupidity attack when he saw this. He thought, why did I find such a stupid expert? Hasn't he seen the trend clearly? If you can really cure me, I will kneel down and kowtow to you, and I will even call you grandpa. Lin Tian shook his head and refused, for a quack like you who has no real skills and is a fraud, I don't have a grandson like you. Chen Jiming continued, if you can't cure it, you have to honestly admit that today's treatment has nothing to do with you. He should be secretly happy if the Su family is willing to let him go. Now you are still thinking about taking credit for it. Su Qingcheng gritted her teeth. If there weren't so many people present, he would definitely not let Chen Jiming go so easily. How could he be given so many opportunities to speak? But he also wanted to see whether Lin Tian could really cure his grandfather completely. Mr. Lin, do you have any ideas? Lin Tian nodded, it just takes time to prepare the medicine. That's all for today's treatment. I'm leaving now. Old Master Su called out, Qingcheng, why don't you send the little genius doctor down? Su Qingcheng reacted instantly, then walked up to Lin Tian and made a please gesture.
Mr. Lin, let's talk here.
Soon the two of them walked into a reception room. Su Qingcheng did not hesitate and pushed out the prepared box.
Mr. Lin, this is the Blue Heart Life-Sustaining Grass. Chapter 23. Two major gangs join forces to snipe Lin Tian.
Zhuo Daqiang struggled for a long time before finally returning from a hospital. He was discharged from the hospital after a simple treatment. However, both thugs had their knees broken, so they were not so lucky. After a lot of effort, Zhuo Daqiang found his boss. In a luxurious villa. Zheng Yuanwei, the leader of the Viper gang, squinted his eyes and listened to Zhuo Daqiang's account of what had just happened.
You're just a piece of trash. You're just a stray dog that was kicked out of the house. How could I bully you like this?
In Zheng Yuanwei's opinion, Zhuo Daqiang's action this time not only failed to gain any advantage, but also made the Viper gang lose face.
Zhuo Daqiang didn't know how to answer.
After all, the scene was really messy. There was Lin Ruo Lan from the police force and Su Qingcheng from the Su family. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for him to continue doing anything to Lin Tian.
After a while, Zheng Yuanwei continued.
This kid is really bold. He has offended the Crazy Dragon Society and now he dares to attack our Viper gang.
It seems that Huacheng can't tolerate him.
Upon hearing this, Zhuo Daqiang's face was also full of excitement. With Zheng Yuanwei's words, both the Crazy Dragon Society and their Viper gang will retaliate against Lin Tian next. He was just a poor guy who was kicked out of his home. How could he face it?
Boss, there is another question.
The daughter of the Su family seems to want to protect Lin Tian.
If we do this, maybe.
Zheng Yuanwei frowned, then said with disdain. Do you think the Su family will go to war with our two underground gangs just because of a stray dog?
Zhuo Daqiang thought about it and felt that it made sense, and then Zheng Yuanwei directly called Du Qianlong.
Lao Long, I heard that one of your places was smashed. If someone else called, Du Qianlong would think they wanted to watch a show. But he also has a close relationship with Zheng Yuanwei.
Don't mention it.
I don't know where that kid got the ability to go against us.
I have issued a hunting order.
I am waiting for that kid to be dead on the street.
Zheng Yuanwei did not beat around the bush and told Du Qianlong about Zhuo Daqiang's situation.
One of my subordinates wanted to help you solve the problem today, but who knew? After hearing this, Du Qianlong also felt a little surprised. This kid is really crazy.
Now he dares to attack you.
If the two gangs joined forces, he didn't believe Lin Tian would be able to resist.
It's a bit of an exaggeration to say it. I didn't expect that after not cooperating for so long, the last time we cooperated was to deal with such a small person.
These so-called bigwigs don't need too much communication and can reach a cooperation in just a few words.
It's a small matter, but face is a big matter. This kid has offended us again and again.
If we don't do something, won't others look down on us?
Okay, let's join forces.
Upon hearing this, Zhuo Daqiang was overjoyed.
Lin Tian, I want to see how you die this time. Zheng Yuanwei hung up the phone and began to give orders.
Send out all the brothers, I want to know where Lin Tian is now.
Let's act immediately.
Zhuo Daqiang answered directly, he was picked up by the little girl from the Su family. We don't need to waste too much time, he should be nearby.
Lin Tian has already provided the first treatment to Mr. Su.
If you want to continue treatment later, you will need to prepare herbs. Originally, he was thinking of asking Su Qingcheng to arrange a driver to take him back. Unexpectedly, Su Qingcheng was planning to send him back personally. In the car, Su Qingcheng waved her hand, and the female secretary immediately took out a black card from her bag. It doesn't look special, with only the word Su written on it.
Mr. Lin, I am grateful for your kindness.
With this card, you can receive the best service no matter where we go in the Su family's business. Compared with the Su family, the so-called Lin family is not very impressive.
Lin Tian waved his hand. Didn't I get paid? No matter what, Lin Qingju cured Mr. Su.
Even though the blue heart life renewing grass is precious, Su Qingcheng always feels that it is not enough. If Lin Tian could really help her grandfather recover, she would not hesitate to give up half of the Su family's assets. Su Qingcheng didn't say anything, just a smile on her face. Lin Tian thought about it and didn't refuse, so he took the card. There was no conversation along the way, and we were just about to approach the commercial street. The car braked suddenly. The people in the car were just a little surprised, and then several vans rushed out and surrounded their car tightly. As soon as the car door opened, dozens of masked thugs armed with knives, guns, sticks and clubs rushed over with gnashing teeth. The leader was a bald man about 1.9 meters tall and holding a machete. The bald man waved his hand, and dozens of people surrounded them in an instant. Then he put one foot on the hood and pointed the knife inside. "Ms. Su, this matter has nothing to do with you. We only want Lin Tian." The driver and the female secretary had never seen such a scene before and they became a little flustered. But Su Qingcheng was not afraid of danger. When she frowned, it seemed as if endless majesty was released. "Who are you? How dare you come to stop my car and try to kidnap our distinguished guest from the Su family?" In fact, when they were talking, they also guessed each other's background. Just now when I picked up Lin Tian, Su Qingcheng showed mercy and did not retaliate against Zhuo Daqiang and the others. When Lin Tian looked closely, he saw a familiar figure with his face covered in the crowd. "Zhuo Daqiang, you think I won't recognize you because you covered your face, right?" As expected, the other party is from the Viper Gang. Seeing that the truth was exposed, the bald man did not panic at all, and Zhuo Daqiang also came up from behind. "Lin Tian, since you know who we are, why don't you get out of the car?" The bald man patted Zhuo Daqiang on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we will make sure he pays back the money with interest later." Su Qingcheng felt challenged. She frowned and shouted coldly, "Are you guys from the Viper Gang crazy? How dare you attack me?" The meaning of her words was very clear. No matter what happened today, their Su family would do their best to protect Lin Tian. Zhuo Daqiang chuckled and said, "Miss Su, we don't want to go against you. We just want Lin Tian." In this situation, Su Qingcheng didn't want to say too much to these gangsters. Su Qingcheng looked at Lin Tian and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. My car has been specially modified. As long as we don't open the door, no one can get in. I'll call someone right now." As she said this, the female secretary was about to make a phone call. Bald Qiang and Zhuo Daqiang smiled at each other, and then several men with sledgehammers came over. "Bulletproof glass, just hammer it a few more times and you'll be able to open it. If that doesn't work, I'll tear the whole car apart." Several hammers were raised high. Lin Tian, who was sitting next to the car door, reached out and pulled it, then got out directly. "I'll give you 1 minute, leave now. As for your boss, tell him to wait for me. I will go and talk to him in person." Su Qingcheng and others in the car were stunned by Lin Tian's actions. In this situation, it is obviously unwise to drive. Even if you can fight, can you beat so many people? Su Qingcheng was about to get off the car, but the driver and the female secretary in the car would never let her go. "Lock the car." The female secretary said so, and the driver quickly did as she said. Feeling Lin Tian's cold attitude, Zhuo Daqiang and the bald man were even more dissatisfied. "Okay, I think you are really crazy, there were only a few people just now. But we have dozens of people here now, and Miss Su's bodyguards are not here. You don't think you can handle so many of us, do you?" As they spoke, dozens of thugs waved their weapons at the same time, creating a huge momentum. But Zhuo Daqiang hadn't finished his sentence yet. Lin Tian exerted force with his feet and his body was as fast as lightning. Bang! Bang! Lin Tian took action and slapped out 2 hard slaps. A violent force came. Both Zhuo Daqiang and the bald man vomited blood and flew backwards for 5 meters in an instant. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, the 2 men fell to the ground in a very miserable state. "Fuck! You kid, you dare to do that? Brothers, come on. Kill him for me." The sudden change scared all the thugs at the scene. How could they have imagined that Lin Tian would dare to take action under such circumstances? As the orders from the 2 hall masters came down, everyone suddenly woke up as if from a dream, waving their weapons and shouting as they rushed towards Lin Tianchong. "Kill him!" Zhuo Daqiang and the bald man roared angrily. "Mr. Lin, be careful." When Su Qingcheng saw this, she became extremely anxious. But Lin Tian was not panicked at all. "Move your feet and face the challenge." Chapter 24. I can't help falling in love with you. Su Qingcheng in the car saw Lin Tian suddenly take action and asked anxiously, "Did you call the contact?" The female secretary was frantically making a phone call.
In this situation, even if the bodyguards rushed over, it might be too late. I'm beating President Su. Su Qingcheng gritted her teeth, then took out a silver pistol from her handbag. Lin Tian has done a great favor to their family, and he will have to provide treatment for his grandfather next. At worst, I can just fight these people from the Viper gang. But something unexpected happened. Accompanied by Lin Tian's rapid movement, there was a dull thud as fists hit bodies. Along with the muffled sound, there were also heart-wrenching screams. Lin Tian plunged into the crowd. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, or a strong wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The sounds of bang 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 continued one after another. In the shocked eyes of everyone, dozens of strong thugs spurted blood from their mouths and flew backwards in all directions. Following the loud bang of the ground, everyone fell to the ground wailing in pain. Finally, Lin Tian clapped his hands with a sneer on his face and solved the problem easily. The whole process is like chopping melons and vegetables. Zhuo Daqiang was stunned. The bald man was totally frightened. What's going on? Such a good fighter. They could never have imagined that dozens of brothers with blood on their hands could not even touch the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and were beaten seriously to the ground. When Su Qingcheng in the car saw this, a touching smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, then ordered, "Tell them not to come over." After saying that, she hid her secret weapon. I also thought that Lin Tian would definitely suffer facing so many people. I didn't expect that the problem could be solved so easily. He single-handedly fought against dozens of thugs from their Viper gang. Such terrifying combat power can even outweigh the warriors from his own family who are guarding the house. None of them may be able to compare. His fighting power is off the charts and his medical skills are superb. Where can I find such a great man? The Lin family missed out on a great opportunity this time. Lin Tian walked towards Zhuo Daqiang step by step. "You, don't come over here. Our boss has teamed up with Lord Long. If you dare to take action again, we will make you suffer." Zhuo Daqiang hadn't finished his sentence yet. Lin Tian's entire Bigfoot has stepped on his knee. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. A heart-wrenching scream came out of Zhuo Daqiang's mouth. That scene is so terrifying. When the bald man saw this, he was already scared out of his wits. At this time, he was also enduring the severe pain and wanted to struggle to leave the scene. It's just that Lin Tian's movements are faster. Before he could stand up, Lin Tian kicked him in the chest again. Bang! The bald man's chest was sunken, several ribs were broken, and large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth. Decisive and ruthless. There is no chance for others to turn the tables. When Su Qingcheng saw this, stars appeared in her eyes. Lin Tian said coldly, "Go back and tell your boss that this matter is not over. When I feel better one day, I will come to your house in person. Now, get out of here." A roar like a lion. Zhuo Daqiang and the bald man were scared to death. In such a situation, even if they were seriously injured, they still struggled to get up, supported each other, and fled. "Come and go quickly." At this time, Su Qingcheng opened the car door and got out. "Mr. Lin, you are involved with both the Crazy Dragon Society and the Viper Gang. It seems like you have offended a lot of people." Lin Tian smiled disapprovingly. "How could these good-for-nothings be my opponents?" Su Qingcheng continued, "Mr. Lin, if you need help, you can tell me." Lin Tian knew that with the strength of the Su family, things would be much simpler if Su Qingcheng helped. But Su Qingcheng didn't know that Lin Tian also had his own power. Lin Tian waved his hand to refuse. "There's no need to trouble you, Miss Su, with such a small matter. I just feel that the time is not right yet. If I want, it won't be a problem to kill them all at once." The female secretary and the driver in the car were skeptical about such words. But Su Qingcheng had no doubt at all that if Lin Tian wanted to do it, he might really be able to do it. The situation just now was just because we were on the road and it was inconvenient in public. Otherwise, Zhuo Daqiang and the bald man would have no chance of survival. Su Qingcheng blinked her big eyes and said charmingly, "What should we do, Mr. Lin?" Lin Tian frowned, somewhat confused. Su Qingcheng continued, "You are also a great benefactor of our Su family. You have such superb medical skills and such fierce fighting ability. You are also so handsome. I found that I couldn't help falling in love with you." Puff. Lin Tian's face changed.
He could never have imagined that Su Qingcheng would say such a thing. Different from any other woman in the Lin family. The Su Qingcheng in front of him was hot, unrestrained and full of charm. Every gesture seems to exude an alluring charm. Especially when she smiles, I'm afraid no man in the world can resist this temptation. Seeing Lin Tian's reaction, Su Qingcheng was even more delighted and then giggled. Just kidding, Mr. Lin. Lin Tian scratched his head and found that Su Qingcheng was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. The scenery of the snow-capped mountains is also affected by this, and some of them have triggered avalanches, with a vast expanse of white and an extremely powerful impact. Such a woman is certainly like a vixen. Lin Tian felt a little embarrassed and quickly looked away. It's only a few blocks away. Thank you, Miss Su, for sending me back. I can walk in by myself. Having said that, Lin Tian strode away. Su Qingcheng looked at the determined back, and the smile on her lips became even brighter. Mr. Lin, you can't run away. As she spoke, Su Qingcheng stretched out a slender jade hand. See how you can escape from my five-finger mountain. The secretary was a little surprised. Judging from the lady's reaction, it seems that she is not joking. Could it be that she really likes Lin Tian? She was too embarrassed to ask such a question, so Su Qingcheng smiled, waved her hand, and left in style. Lin Tian returned to the Chinese medicine shop and found the old man napping behind the counter. Aunt Wang from next door came over to help clean up. Lin Tian greeted her with a smile, and then without caring whether the old man was willing or not, he stuffed the simply refined thing into his mouth. The old man suddenly woke up. Is this the blue heart life-sustaining grass? Although taking this herb cannot cure the disease, it can increase my survival time. Lin Tian didn't have time to explain too much to him. He smiled, waved his hand, and then drove to Huacheng University. If you calculate it, the time should be about the same. It's time for Hu Tongtong to finish school. Soon Lin Tian arrived at the school gate. He waited and waited but couldn't see Hu Tongtong, so he called Hu Tongtong. As soon as the phone was connected, Lin Tian heard Hu Tongtong's crying voice, Brother Tian, I'm blocked at the back door. You, don't come over here. Lin Tian instantly became nervous. Tongtong, don't be afraid, I'll be there soon. Chapter 25 Hu Tongtong's Dilemma. The back door of Huizing University. At this time, Hu Tongtong was not so calm. I was very happy to come to school today, but many unexpected things happened later. Even after experiencing such a terrible thing. As a child from a poor family, the kind-hearted Hu Tongtong had no intention of struggling. But I didn't expect that after school, my classmate would still not give in. Wei Xiting leans entirely on her rich second-generation boyfriend. Lu Xiang's hands were also very dishonest, wandering around Wei Xiting's body without any hesitation. But his eyes were still focused on Hu Tongtong. Originally, he was with Wei Xiting, and he was thinking of possessing Hu Tongtong through this roommate. After all, Hu Tongtong is a common school beauty. In comparison, Wei Xiting, the class beauty, is a bit inferior. What you can't get will always cause you trouble. When Lin Tian sent Hu Tongtong here this morning, he was caught by Wei Xiting. She thought that Hu Tongtong was also being kept by someone. And Lu Xiang is the son of the school director. As long as the two of them work together, the issue of selecting bonus subsidies for poor students will not be the result that Hu Tongtong wants. Even though Hu Tongtong has already been registered as a poor student. As long as Wei Xiting added fuel to the fire, the spot naturally fell on her. Hu Tongtong has given up, but Wei Xiting has no intention of letting her go. As soon as he told Lu Xiang about this, Lu Xiang immediately called a few of his lackey classmates to block Hu Tongtong here. When Lu Xiang heard that Hu Tongtong was being kept by someone, he felt as if he was being cuckolded. Wei Xiting said arrogantly, Tongtong, my brother Lu has wanted to get close to you for a long time, but you, a bitch, are being kept by someone. And you're still pretending to be noble. In Wei Xiting's opinion, as long as Lu Xiang and I continue to maintain a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she didn't care whether he wanted to get Hu Tongtong into bed or someone else. In the final analysis, it's a matter of mutual benefit. Lu Xiang also said, Tongtong, I gave you 100,000 to buy your virginity, but you didn't want to. Now that you're selling yourself, it definitely won't be that price. I'll give you 5,000. As long as you sleep with me, the 5,000 yuan will be yours. You can buy a brand name bag with 5,000 yuan.
Wei Sighting said with some envy, "Brother Lu, I want a bag too." Lu Ziyang pinched Wei Sighting's butt hard, and then said, "Don't worry, you've got it. If you can come play with us, I'll buy you both bags." Rich people really like to play around. Wei Sighting did not refuse and agreed with a sweet smile. Hu Tongtong felt her worldview shattered. Aren't these two a boyfriend and girlfriend? How could? And she also felt very scared by this aggressive attitude. Seeing that Hu Tongtong didn't react, Lu Ziyang felt that he might have offered too high a price. For a rich second generation like him, he would simply raise the price. "Tongtong, since you think 5,000 yuan is not enough, then I will give you 8,000. This is more than the bonus we get for poor students." Hu Tongtong then realized that everything was planned. "I clearly have a record of a poor student, so why am I not eligible for this poverty subsidy bonus?" Aye. How could Hu Tongtong accept such conditions? Thinking about how hard their family had worked to get through this. Now it's just a subsidy bonus, so it's better not to take it. Not to mention, Lin Tian is back now. When she thought of Lin Tian, Hu Tongtong felt much calmer. Then she looked at the people in front of her and said, "Don't mess around. If my brother Tian finds out, you..." Before Hu Tongtong could finish her sentence, Wei Sighting interrupted her and said, "Hu Tongtong, are you thinking that you are still waiting for the man who supports you to come over? Compared with our brother Lu, your man is nothing." As he spoke, Lu Ziyang held his head high and chest puffed out, looking very proud. After all, their Lu family is a well-known figure in Huacheng. "Okay, Tongtong. I'll give you one last chance, 10,000 yuan. As long as you sleep with me, 10,000 yuan will be yours." Hu Tongtong would not accept anything. She gritted her teeth and finally mustered up the courage to say, You guys stop talking." "I..." Wei Sighting said, "Brother Lu, why are you talking nonsense to her? This bitch has already gone out to buy something. She won't care about anything anyway. We can just tie her back with a little effort. When the time comes, we can find a hotel and everything will be done." Lu Ziyang felt that what Wei Sighting said made a lot of sense, and then he sneered. "Then stop talking to her and take her away." At the command, those lackeys bravely walked over. It is obvious that they have done this kind of thing many times, and they have been coveting Hu Tongtong's beauty for a long time. Maybe, the boss can eat the meat and he can have soup to drink. Thinking of this, several people also smiled lewdly and walked towards Hu Tongtong with big strides and fangs bared. Hu Tongtong retreated repeatedly, but after taking a few steps, she found a cold wall behind her. There is no way to retreat. Hu Tongtong was extremely flustered, and her tears could no longer be controlled and burst out. Then she shouted in panic, "Brother Tian, save me!" Lu Ziyang and Wei Sighting hugged each other and looked at the scene in front of them with great pride. "Scream even if you scream your throat out, no one will save you." Suddenly, there was a sudden sound of brakes. The sudden sound startled everyone at the scene. Then a determined figure emerged. "Brother Tian." When Hu Tongtong saw the familiar figure, she felt even more aggrieved and tears burst out. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and finally he looked at the person in front of him and said, "Do you want me to sleep with you?" Wei Sighting was stunned for a moment, and then recognized that the person in front of her was the one she saw at the school gate today. "Brother Lu, he is the man who keeps Zhou Biaozi, he is just a nobody, why are you so arrogant? There is absolutely no comparison with your BMW X5, Brother Lu." Wei Sighting couldn't recognize it, but Lu Ziyang could tell at a glance that it was a phaeton worth more than 2 million yuan. It's just that the man in front of him is so young, so Lu Ziyang doesn't think he has much ability. Thinking this in his heart, Lu Ziyang gritted his teeth and shouted at Lin Tian, "You fucking bastard, you actually took the lead and took possession of my woman. I am clearly going to sleep with Hu Tongtong today. Later I will teach you a lesson and torture her in front of you. Call." Lin Tian's breathing also became rapid. His chest rose and fell, as if millions of tons of rage were about to boil and explode inside. Whoosh! Like a strong wind passing through. Lin Tian's figure was as fast as lightning. Bang! The violent power gathered in his hands and slapped Lu Ziyang hard in the face. In just a moment, the latter's face turned red and swollen. Then, a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. Lu Ziyang could no longer bear it, and he flew backwards like a cannonball. With a loud bang, it landed heavily on the ground. Chapter 26, A Fierce Attack, Beating Up Lu Ziyang.
The sudden change startled everyone at the scene. No matter what, they could not have imagined that Lin Tian would take action as soon as he appeared. And the method is so cruel. Just a slap was enough to send the person flying so far. Let us make a movie, just for fun, right? Puff. Lu Xiang struggled to get up from the ground. One side of his face was red and swollen. Before he could stand firmly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, there were a few teeth mixed with blood that fell to the ground, making him look very embarrassed. Damn it! You bastard, how dare you do that? At this time, Lu Xiang's facial features were distorted and his face was hideous. He roared, "A bunch of rubbish. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and teach him a lesson. If anything goes wrong, my Lu family will be responsible." The few lackeys who followed out were so frightened when they saw Lu Xiang being knocked away. Wei Yixiting was also pale and stunned. Seeing that those lackeys were unmoved, Lu Xiang shouted again. "I'll give you money if you can get rid of him, 50,000 per person. Where there is a lot of money, there will always be brave men." After Lu Xiang said this, those lackeys exchanged glances with each other, then gritted their teeth and prepared to take action. Seeing this, Hu Tongtong couldn't help but become worried, thinking that there were several people here. If they attack at the same time, Lin Tian may not be able to withstand it. "Brother Tian, be careful. Call the police and leave quickly. Leave me alone, they can't do anything to me." What a kind girl. Wei Yixiting finally reacted at this time. In comparison, her man was obviously more powerful. Then she also put her hands on her hips, pointed at Hu Tongtong and cursed. "You want to leave after beating up our brother Lu? You and your wild man are dead today. Go ahead. Give him a good lesson, and teach this pair of bastards a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, the lackeys finally reacted and rushed towards Lin Tian with gritted teeth and swung their fists. But Lin Tian's movements were faster. With a tap of his toes, the whole person shot out like an arrow. Then, snap! 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 Clean and smooth, each one got a slap. Without exception, those who were slapped vomited blood from their mouths and flew backwards in all directions like sandbags. Some even hit the wall hard, making a loud bang. 1 minute later, everyone fell to the ground and howled in pain. This. Lu Xiang's pupils dilated and he was deeply shocked again. He could never have imagined that Lin Tian was such a good fighter. With just a wave of his hand, he took care of all these people. "You." Before Lu Xiang could finish his sentence, Lin Tian tiptoed and teleported over like lightning. "It's you who wants to bully Tongtong." Lu Xiang doesn't need to answer. After asking the question, Lin Tian had already grabbed Lu Xiang's hair with both hands. With just a little force, Lu Xiang was lifted up and hit against the wall, accompanied by screams like a pig being slaughtered. Lu Xiang's back was rubbed raw, leaving a conspicuous bloodstain on the wall. While he was howling, Lin Tian frowned and said, "You're too loud. It's too noisy." After saying that, Lin Tian raised his big hand like a sunflower fan again. Crackling sound hit his face. Under the continuous slaps, Lu Xiang's handsome face has become like a pig's head. Teeth mixed with blood kept bursting out of his mouth. After such torture, I'm afraid there are only a few teeth left in his mouth. Wei Yixiting's whole body began to tremble violently because of fear. If the fight continues like this, will there really be no casualties? Hu Tongtong originally felt very relieved, but as she watched, she became a little worried. After all, Lu Xiang is from the Lu family. Although she doesn't understand these so-called families, she always feels that the other party is of great importance. If Lin Tian got into trouble because of helping himself, that would be really unreasonable. Thinking this in her heart, Hu Tongtong finally said, "Brother Tian, how about just forget it?" Lin Tian looked at Lu Xiang, who was unconscious after being beaten by him, and said coldly, "You are lucky today. Tongtong will plead for you, otherwise." Wei Yixiting saw Lin Tian stop. I also thought that he must be afraid of the Lu family. Under such circumstances, she actually spoke. "What else? Are you crazy, wild man? You've gotten into big trouble. You actually hit my brother Lu. The Lu family will not let you go, and neither will you, Hu Tongtong." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Tian grabbed Lu Xiang, who was about to fall to the ground. With a bang, Lu Xiang's face came into close contact with the wall again.
With a crack, you can tell without guessing that the bridge of the nose is broken. Blood gushed out and the scene was bloody. You should be glad I don't hit women. After seeing this look, how could Wei Sighting dare to say anything else? Her legs trembled violently, and then she collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Such a man is really terrible. After Lin Tian solved the problem, a smile as bright as the sun appeared on the scene. He looked at Hu Tongtong and said, "Come on, Tongtong, I'll pick you up from school." Hu Tongtong glanced at the scene and thought to herself, will everything be alright? But with Lin Tian as her support, she felt that nothing was wrong, and then she responded with a smile. "Brother Tian, let's go home." Lin Tian held Hu Tongtong's hand, and in the afterglow of the setting sun, their shadows were very close. It was like a no man's land, and they left hand in hand. Brother Lu. After confirming that Lin Tian and the others had left, Wei Sighting then struggled to get up from the ground and ran towards Lu Xiang crying and shouting. "Brother Lu, are you okay?" How could Lu Xiang be okay at this moment? His nose was broken, his face was bloody and swollen like a pig's head, and his teeth were almost all gone. The back was also rubbed and bleeding, and the pain was so severe that it was worse than death. His eyes were almost narrowed into slits. Seeing the stupid Wei Sighting, he gathered up his last bit of strength and slapped her hard. Bang! "Stupid woman, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be tortured so badly, get out of here." If Wei Sighting had not said that in the end, Lin Tian might have let Lu Xiang go. Wei Sighting covered her red and swollen face, feeling a little helpless. "That's not the case, Brother Lu. I just want to help you." As she spoke, Wei Sighting was still dragging Lu Xiang's calf, refusing to leave no matter what. How could Lu Xiang swallow this persecution? He immediately called his father to tell him. When Lu Wenbin saw Lu Xiang in the hospital, he almost didn't recognize that he was his son. "Son! What happened? How could someone dare to attack you in Huacheng University? Is he crazy?" With his father being a school director, Lu Xiang is usually a domineering figure in the university, and he is always the one who bullies others. "I didn't expect it to turn out like this today." Wei Sighting didn't leave either. She also pretended to be a good wife and mother, taking care of Lu Xiang. She didn't care about Lu Wenbin's disgusted look and said directly, "It was Hu Tongtong from our class. She was kept by a very powerful man. It was that wild man who beat Brother Lu. I know where their home is. Son, wait for me. I will go settle accounts with them and bring that woman back to you." "Good." Lu Xiang was in so much pain that tears came out of his eyes, and he shouted with sobs. "Dad, I must make them suffer a fate worse than death." Chapter 27. Lin Tian is a warrior. On their way, Hu Tongtong took a long time to calm down before she could barely get over the incident. Without caring about appreciating the scenery along the way, she asked, "Brother Tian, is everything really okay?" Lin Tian smiled and turned to look at her. "What could it be? Tongtong, you are too kind, that's why you are bullied by others. Since I have encountered such a thing, I have not." From the moment Lu Xiang intended to insult Hu Tongtong, Lin Tian had already committed a capital crime in his heart. For the young Hu Tongtong, it would be too scary to do such a thing in front of her. So Lin Tian planned to send Hu Tongtong back first. "If you really want to do something, just give Pajuan a call. Anyway, it's their fault. If anything else happens, just tell me. There is nothing that you and I, Brother Tian, cannot solve." Hearing Lin Tian say this, Hu Tongtong finally laughed, and then she said with gratitude, "Brother Tian, it's great to have you. How should I put it, regarding the previous debt? This matter was done by the Lin family and has nothing to do with Lin Tian. Lin Tian came and helped him solve his debt problem. If Lin Tian had not appeared in time, who knows what terrible things would have happened next." "Fine." Lin Tian also said seriously, "I said, as long as I am here, you will be fine and will definitely live a good life." Only then did Hu Tongtong calm down. As they walked, a gloom seemed to appear on Hu Tongtong's face again. Then Lin Tian had to ask, "Tongtong, is there anything else?" With Lin Tian's cultivation level, he didn't need to detect anything to know that Hu Tongtong had not been substantially bullied and was still a virgin. Judging from the little girl's expression, she must be hiding something else from him. Hu Tongtong paused for a moment. She knew that she couldn't hide anything from Lin Tian's eyes. "Even if I don't go back and tell my parents, I will definitely not hide it from Lin Tian. It's like this.
As she spoke, Hu Tongtong told Lin Tian about the occupation of the bonus for poor students.
Lin Tian also said indifferently, I thought it was a big deal. Money matters are easy to talk about.
As he was speaking, Lin Tian looked carefully and found that there was a bank at the intersection ahead. He parked the car aside, then walked away, and came back in a hurry not long after. As soon as he got in the car, Lin Tian threw the things in his arms to Hu Tongtong.
Brother Tian. What's going on?
Hu Tongtong counted the piles of money and found that there were actually 100,000.
This money can't be from the Lin family, right?
If it is from the Lin family, I absolutely cannot accept it. Hu Tongtong, who had a clear distinction between love and hate, was unwilling to accept money from the Lin family. Not to mention, Lin Tian has now been expelled from the Lin family. If the Lin family still had any relationship with the Lin family, this was also something she didn't want to see.
Lin Tian smiled and then explained.
No, how could it be the Lin family's money? I was in a hurry last night and forgot to tell you that this is compensation from Black Dragon and the others.
Black Dragon?
Hu Tongtong asked back.
Lin Tian insisted, isn't it the Black Dragon?
Didn't I reason with them yesterday? He also believes that because his men have caused trouble to you over the years, you should be compensated anyway. There should be some left in there. It's up to you to decide how to deal with it. After taking out 100,000 yuan, there was still 900,000 yuan inside. If Hu Tongtong knew how much money was in there, she would definitely be shocked by the number. I didn't expect that Black Dragon is so easy to talk to. I was so stupid before. I should have looked for the Black Dragon from the beginning. Lin Tian smiled helplessly in his heart, he was indeed easy to talk to. Should we thank him some other time? Forget it. Lin Tian quickly waved his hand to refuse. Soon, the two returned to Xiangyang village. When the two old men, Hu Jianjun, saw Lin Tian coming back with his daughter, they were also very happy. Due to time constraints, they had already prepared a table of food. Everything is neat and tidy, it doesn't matter what you eat. Weizing Orthopedic Hospital. Compared to the bald guy, Zhuo Daqian's injuries were obviously less serious. He only had one knee broken by Lin Tian. But the doctor told him a very cruel fact, it was a comminuted fracture. The injury was really too serious, even after the treatment. There is no way to restore this leg to its normal shape. Zhuo Daqian was unwilling and full of resentment, but when he thought of Lin Tian, he felt extremely scared. The look at the scene was almost murderous. He had just finished the operation. Zheng Yuanwei called. What's going on? Why have you two hall masters never been able to gain any advantage in the past? In the end, he was severely punished by others. Could it be said that it was the Su family who did it? Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. I thought that if the two major gangs, the Viper Gang and the Mad Dragon Society, joined forces, it would be easy to deal with the troublemaker Lin Tian. Unexpectedly, what Zheng Yuanwei finally waited for was the news that his men had failed. Dozens of people came out to fight, but they were all beaten and fled. This happened twice in a row. If it were to get out, the Viper Gang would be completely disgraced. How could he have imagined that Lin Tian had such great ability, so he always believed that it must be the Su family who helped. Before Zhuo Daqian could answer, he continued speaking through gritted teeth. It seems that the Su family is really a little bit arrogant. They don't even take our two major forces seriously. Since the Su family has chosen to go to war, why don't we give it a try? How could Zhuo Daqian bear it any longer, and he quickly answered. Boss, no. The Su family did not take any action. From beginning to end, it was just Lin Tian alone. Originally, when they took action, they made sure that Su Qingcheng's bodyguards were not with them. They thought they could use their power to intimidate Su Qingcheng, but they didn't expect that Lin Tian didn't need any help at all. Just one person took care of them all. What? Zheng Yuanwei just felt a little bit hard to accept when he heard this. What kind of terrifying existence is this? One against dozens. Zhuo Daqiang added. Boss. I suspect he is a warrior, otherwise he wouldn't be so powerful. If we want to deal with him, we have to send out warriors. Warrior. Hearing this, Zheng Yuanwei's expression also turned serious. It seems that Lord Long and I were wrong. This kid is actually a warrior. But even if he is a warrior, the result is the same. Don't we have warriors? Zhuo Daqiang said with a sad face. Boss, you must help us get revenge. Avenge our brothers.
Jing Yuanwei hung up the phone with a click and thought about it briefly. Then I called to Qianlong. Old dragon, we were wrong. That boy is a warrior. I will bring people to your headquarters at 8 o'clock tonight. Gather your brothers as well.